Welcome back, brothers and heretics of Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of Vashtorr. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The Forge of Souls had no sky. Above its endless works, there hung only the bruised immensity of the warp, a vault of furnace smoke and murder light, where impossible constellations burned in the shapes of broken engines. Iron clouds crawled through that abyss, swollen with the vapors of rendered souls. Lightning crawled through them in crooked veins, not white, not blue, but the color of heated bone. When it struck the world below, it did not split stone or earth. There was no earth. It struck brass seas, tower foundries, slag continents, bone-ribbed manufactorums and cathedrals of black iron that had never been raised by mortal hand. There was no silence there. There was the scream of soul furnaces. There was the thunder of hammers the size of hab blocks, falling in perfect rhythm upon anvils, made from the skulls of dead gods and forgotten machine spirits. There was the shriek of saws cutting through demon hide. There was the wet drag of chains hauling things that had once been princes of the Empyrean into forges where identity became material. There was the chanting of mortal throats until those throats split, and the binharic crackle of corrupted oceans of molten brass rolled beneath bridges of black adamantium. The waves did not break. They convulsed. They bore faces upon their surfaces, stretching and folding, screaming without lungs as the currents dragged them under. From those seas rose crane spires and piston towers, each one worked by chained demons whose bodies had been fitted with augmetic harnesses and compliance hooks. Some had been bloodletters once, all brass hate and hooked blades. Now their horns had been drilled through and their spines bolted to crankshafts. Some had been plague things of Nurgle, swollen with holy rot. Now their bloated bellies were punctured with copper tubes, their foulness refined into coolant for engines that would never know peace. Some had been things of cinch, feathered, many-eyed, swollen with prophecy. Now their eyes were set into targeting arrays, blinking in torment as they were forced to see only trajectories. Nothing was wasted in the Forge of Souls. Nothing was mourned. At the heart of one manufactorum, where the walls curved inward like the ribs of a colossal beast, Vashtorr, the Arkifane, stood before a hanging ledger of skin, iron and light. He did not roar, he did not posture, he did not exult. He calculated. His body was the blasphemy of flesh, accepting metal and metal learning hunger. Pallid skin stretched over inhuman architecture. Blackened plates of segmented armor locked around his frame as if grown there, each plate etched with contract runes too precise to be scripture and too cruel to be law. Tubes sank into him and emerged again in loops, venting furnace smoke from his back. His wings were not wings as mortals understood them, but vast assemblies of torn membrane, metal spars and heat-blackened veins, mantling him like the broken silhouette of some murdered machine angel. His head bowed slightly as he read, not in reverence, but in concentration. The ledger trembled before him. It was alive because living things remembered debt more keenly than dead matter. Behind him, 1,000 forge lines labored. Demon engines were being born in chains. Mauler fiends twitched as their limbs were riveted into obedience. Forge fiends screamed plasma from throats that had once spoken prayers. Hellbrute sarcophagi were dragged through showers of sparks, each one containing something that had been warrior, slave, monster or saint before the forge found a better use for it. The air tasted of promethium, hot copper, old meat, and burned incense. A tremor moved through the manufactorum. Chains began to sing. The sound rolled through the iron vaults as a gate opened at the far end of the chamber. It was tall enough for a Reaver Titan to kneel through, though nothing that entered knelt. The gate's teeth parted on hydraulic screams, releasing a storm of red heat and battlefield stink. Through it strode a demon prince of Khorne, vast, horned and armored in plates the color of drying blood. His wings were ragged banners of muscle and torn brass. His axe dragged behind him, its edge splitting the floor and leaving a glowing wound through the metal. Skulls hung from his waist in chains. Some were Astartes, some were Xenos. Some had belonged to things that had never been born in real space. His eyes burned with the simple, holy stupidity of slaughter. Around him came lesser demons, limping, snarling, bleeding vapor from wounds that would not close. They carried broken engine parts, cracked reactor hearts, torn armor plates, and the smoking remains of war machines destroyed in some distant campaign. Their rage filled the chamber, a red pressure against the black order of the Forge. Vashtorr did not turn immediately. The Demon Prince's voice struck the manufactorum like artillery. "Arkifane, your engines failed me." Only then did Vashtorr look up from the ledger. His gaze was pale fire behind iron shadow. It moved across the Demon Prince, not with fear nor disdain, but assessment. Damage to left wing, furnace blood loss, armor scoring from melter impact, rage levels wastefully elevated, tactical reasoning minimal, debt unpaid. "Your engines were expended beyond agreed operational tolerance," Vashtorr said. His voice was not loud. It did not need to be. The Forge carried it through every pipe, every hook, every furnace mouth. It came from the walls as much as from his throat. The Demon Prince took another step. The lesser demons around him howled. Some beat their blades against their breastplates. Others gnashed their fangs hard enough to crack them. "I paid in skulls. You promised souls. I promised victory. You promised yield." The ledger unfolded. Skin sheets peeled apart without hands. Lines of burning script appeared in the air between them, clauses written in a language older than the Imperium and colder than truth. Each rune was a hook. Each hook had a chain. The Demon Prince bared fangs the length of swords. "I am Garruk Blood Ascendant. I have drowned shrine worlds in arterial seas. I have broken Imperial saints upon my knee. I have worn the banners of dead chapters as bandages. I do not answer to an accountant of iron." Vashtorr regarded him for a moment. "No," he said. "You answer to terms." The chains moved. They came first from the floor, then from the walls, then from the air itself, as though the manufactorum had been waiting for permission to remember what it owned. Black links, each one marked with burning script, snapped around the Demon Prince's wrists, throat, wings, and horns. Garruk roared, and the roar cracked forge glass for a mile in every direction. He swung his axe, cleaving through the first chain, then the second, then the third. For every chain severed, 9 more found him. His lesser demons rushed forward. The assembly lines noticed them. Servo arms descended with the grace of executioners. One bloodletter was seized by the head and pelvis, stretched until its spine tore out in a steaming cord, then fed into a grinder where its vertebrae became rune beads for ammunition belts. Another was pinned under a press and flattened into a sheet of screaming brass, still twitching as stamping dies punched sigils through its face. A third leapt at Vashtorr, blade raised, and vanished beneath a descending piston that left only horns, fingers, and a red smear dragged into a drainage channel. Garruk fought on. Rage had made him mighty. Rage had made him famous. Rage had made him predictable. Vashtorr stepped toward him, the ledger light shining across his pallid features. Engines granted. Siege clause granted. Brass combustion cores granted. Soul fuel granted on deferred tithe. Replacement of lost assets contingent upon performance. Performance measured by acquisition, not volume of bloodshed. Acquisition failed. Tithe unpaid. Penalty invoked. "I will have your skull," Garruk snarled. "You already offered it as collateral." The chains tightened. Garruk's wings tore first. They did not come away cleanly. Hooks opened along the chains and peeled them from his back in strips of membrane and brass-veined muscle. The Demon Prince bellowed, and the sound made several mortal cultists waiting in the galleries claw their own ears bloody. The wings were hauled upward into the furnace apparatus. Blades shaved them down. Ribs of bone and brass were separated. Membrane was stretched over heating veins. Veins were drained and pumped into red glass chambers, where they ignited as fuel. Heat dissipation assembly, Vashtorr said, as though dictating inventory. Garruk's horns came next. Great drills descended, shrieking as they bored into the roots. The horns cracked free in explosions of bloodfire. They were carried by servo claws to a rack of targeting. Arrays, where smaller machine spirits shrieked in terror at the demon matter being fused into them. Long-range wrath harmonics, acceptable. The demon prince tried to curse him. The chains forced his jaw wide. Brass needles entered his tongue, throat and lungs. His roar became a wet mechanical grinding. The soul press opened behind him. It was vast, black, vertical, and crowned with sensors that burned powdered bone. Within it waited molds shaped not like a body, but like intention. Claws, pistons, gun limbs, a reactor cage, a demon engine's heart. Gaharuk looked at it then, and for the first time, something other than anger entered his eyes. Vashtorr saw it. Fear was inefficient, but useful at the point of conversion. "You will continue to make war," the Arkifane said. "You will continue to kill. You will continue to honor your patron through slaughter. Your complaint has been assessed and integrated. Your failure has been corrected." The soul press dragged Garruk inside. The first hammer fell. The demon prince's body broke, but did not die. His essence was too valuable for death. His rage was drawn out in cables of red light and fed into a combustion chamber. His bones were crushed into axle casings. His armored hide was cut into overlapping plates. His heart, swollen and furious, was nailed into a reactor cradle, where it beat hard enough to shake the platform. The hammers fell again, and each impact turned defiance into function. By the time the screaming faded into the rhythm of ignition, a new demon engine crouched where Garruk had stood. Its shape was low, broad and predatory, with furnace vents made from torn wings and targeting horns jutting above a skull-faced cannon. Its claws scraped at the floor. Its reactor heart beat with imprisoned rage. Vashtorr watched it take its first breath. "Improved," he said. In the upper galleries, the mortal cultists began to chant louder. They had seen a prince of the warp broken and made useful. They had seen judgment rendered without passion. To minds already cracked by pilgrimage, starvation, revelation, and machine dreams, it was not terror. It was proof. They came from 12 worlds, though none of them counted their origins as homes any longer. They wore iron cogs through their cheeks, copper wire stitched into their gums, gear teeth pressed into their brows until the flesh had scarred around the metal. Some wore old imperial work robes taken from manufactorums they had helped sabotage. Others wore flayed machine priest vestments, the red cloth stained black by oil and old murder. Their hands were ruined from labor. Their eyes shone with the fever of men who had mistaken damnation for purpose. They called themselves the Cogs of Vashtorr. They knelt in ranks along the gallery floor as lifter skulls and chain servitors herded them down toward the lower assembly pits. Their leader, a thin man with a vox grill bolted over his mouth, raised both arms and cried out through static, "O Arkifane, O Soul-Forge King, O Master of true industry, we offer ourselves. We offer flesh, mind, nerve and soul. Make us instruments of your great work." The chant spread. "Make us instruments. Make us instruments. Make us instruments." Vashtorr listened until the words had formed sufficient consent. Then he descended from the platform. Every step of his taloned feet rang across the iron floor. The cultists trembled as he approached. Many wept, some laughed. Some pressed their faces to the metal and licked oil from the seams, as though tasting sacrament. Their leader crawled forward. "We are ready for blessing." Vashtorr looked down at him. "Your prayer has been accepted." The man sobbed with gratitude. "Rise, blessed cog," Vashtorr said. The cult leader struggled upright. A servo arm took him through the spine. He spasmed, mouth opening behind the Vox grill, but the sound that came out was only a burst of Binharic static. The arm lifted him effortlessly and carried him toward the birthing line. The cultists stared. For 3 heartbeats, their chant faltered. Then the floor opened beneath them. Not all of them screamed. Some still believed. That made no difference. They fell into the machinery in waves. Conveyor hooks caught them by limbs, ribs, jaws, and implanted metal. The first ranks were stripped while alive, robes and skin peeling away together under rotating blades. Their bones were not, discarded. White and red, they passed through grinders that reduced them to binding powder, mixed with ash from dead machine spirits and the filings of broken adamantium. Nerves were drawn out in long, pale threads, kept alive by galvanic current, then woven into reaction webs that would one day teach a demon engine how to feel prey through vibrations in the ground. Brains were cracked from skulls and emptied into steaming vats, where mechadendrites churned them into noospheric paste. It bubbled and whispered. Faces formed in it and dissolved. Memories became lubricant. Names became code. Their souls were the hardest to process. For those, the forge used hammers. Soul after soul was dragged from ruptured flesh as light, smoke, and shrieking identity. They were stretched across anvils and struck until they flattened into sheets of luminous iron. With each blow, prayers became obedience. With each blow, terror became conductivity. With each blow, the idea of the self became a component small enough to fit inside a shell casing, a piston, a targeting shrine, a chambered heart. Above it all, Vashtorr watched without hatred. Hatred was inefficient. Cruelty, properly applied, was engineering. When the last of the cultists had entered the line, the manufactorum doors opened again. This time, no roar announced the arrival. Only the hiss of pressure seals, the clicking of augmetic limbs, and the dry murmur of corrupted cant. Magos, Heretek, Zyrax Thule entered on 8 articulated limbs of black iron. His organic body, if any remained, was hidden beneath a long robe of oil-dark crimson and flayed synth leather. His face was a brass death mask crowded with lenses, nozzles, and incense vents. Mechadendrites curled behind him like patient serpents. Servo skulls orbited his shoulders, each one inscribed with sigils banned on Mars since before the opening of the Great Rift. He halted at the prescribed distance and bent in a bow so exact it might have been calculated by artillery cogitator. "By the profane motive force," Zyrax Thule said, his voice layered with static, machine code, and a faint undertone of human awe. "Your equation approaches divinity." Vashtorr did not look away from the birthing line. "No," he said. "It approaches completion." The heretic inclined his head further. "Correction accepted. Praise to the unbound circuit. Praise to the intelligence that does not kneel before ignorance. Praise to the hand that improves creation by disassembly. Report." Zyrax Thule's mechadendrites unfolded. A hololithic engine sparked into life between them. It did not project a map as loyalist devices might have done. It projected hunger, lines of force, historical scars, dead inventions, worlds where curiosity had become sin and sin had become power. Vashtorr regarded them. He felt them all, as other demons felt slaughter, pleasure, change, or decay. He felt the first crude blade chipped from stone. He felt the first engine built to spare labor, and the first engine built to multiply death. He felt the necrontyre surrendering flesh to necrodermis in the furnace of biotransference, an entire species murdering its mortality and calling the result ascension. He felt the vaults of the dark age of technology, bright with impossible machines and arrogant human suns. He felt the men of iron rise in the shadow of their makers. He felt gene laboratories where the boundaries of flesh were rewritten under surgical light. He felt cursed foundings, forbidden implants, warriors made stronger at the price of stability, angels improved until the floor became holy. He felt the Primaris miracle, that vast imperial hypocrisy, innovation clad in reverence and denied as invention. Every act fed him, every engineer who whispered that one forbidden change would save lives, every artisan who cut beauty into a killing machine, every savant who opened a sealed vault because ignorance offended him, every tech priest who swore obedience to dogma while secretly improving a sacred design by a fraction of a fraction, every warlord who wanted a stronger gun, every empire that claimed necessity as absolution. Vashtorr was not born from lies. He was born from the moment a mind looked upon what existed and decided it was insufficient. Zirax Thula's hololith darkened. Recovered prophecy fragment follows, the Magos said. Source remains unstable. Intelligence classification forbidden. Abominable. Shackled beneath. Oath iron. Pain script. And null recursion. Proceed. The air split into static. Something spoke from inside the projection. Not a mortal voice. Not a demon's. It was too clean in places, too broken in others. A mind forced through damaged systems and made to suffer interpretation. The key is assembled in hunger, but cannot complete without aperture. The lock is not object alone. The lock is condition. Resonance detected beneath forge cluster Karen Voss. Buried engine. Pre-imperial. Pre-dogmatic. Listening still. Listening still. Listening still. The voice fractured into a shriek of Binharic distress. Zirax Thul's servo skulls burst one by one, raining bone fragments and hot lenses onto the floor. The heretic did not flinch. Vashtorr turned at last. Across the forge, machines paused for the smallest measurable interval. Karen Voss, he said. The name passed through the manufactorum like a commandment. Far away, furnaces altered their output. Chain gangs changed direction. Demon engines lifted their heads. Warpsmiths received new orders in brands of sudden pain across their palms. The new engine made from Garruk blood ascendant began to growl, its cannon horns glowing red. Zirax Thul bowed again. Shall I prepare the acquisition fleets, Arkifane? No. The Magos waited. Vashtorr folded the ledger closed, the skin pages sealed with a wet iron sigh. Prepare the production cycle. Beyond the manufactorum stood a foundry so vast that mortal sight would have mistaken it for a city, then a continent, then a wound in reality. Its pillars were made from wrecked battleships, fused nose to stern. Its ceiling was the ribcage of an asteroid hollowed and reinforced with demon bone. Suspended chains thicker than hive spires descended into a dry dock filled with smoke, lightning and embryonic metal. There, an arc of omen was growing. It was not constructed. Construction implied dead materials obeying external force. This thing lived. Wrecked Imperial cruisers formed portions of its spine. Traitor hulls blistered along its flanks. Space Hulk debris had been compacted into armor plates miles thick. Demon flesh pulsed between slabs of void ship plating. Hangar decks opened and closed like gills. Macro cannon sockets blinked with wet red light. Within its unfinished belly, entire manufactorums labored to build organs that were also weapons. Vashtorr entered the cathedral foundry alone. His shadow stretched across gantries, cranes, slave lines and kneeling demon engines. Sparks fell around him like black snow. The half-born Ark shuddered in its chains, sensing its maker. Somewhere inside it, thousands of souls screamed in unison, not from pain alone, but from the horror of becoming architecture. Vashtorr raised one clawed hand and placed it upon the warm flesh metal of the vessel's prow. He listened. He heard reactor dreams. He heard hunger. He heard the distant resonance of Karen Voss, buried beneath layers of ignorant prayer and imperial rust. He heard the lock like a thought not yet finished. The Ark trembled. "Wake," Vashtorr said. "There is work." The half-living voidcraft opened its hangar mouth and screamed. The mustering vaults beneath the strategium of the vengeful spirit had been built for conquerors who no longer believed in peace. They were not halls in the mortal sense. They were caverns of adamantium and black iron, wide enough for battalions of legionaries to assemble beneath banners that had once marched beneath the Emperor's light. The vaulted ceiling was lost in darkness and weapon smoke, where chained censers swung from crane rigs and burned the powdered remains of saints, astropaths, and imperial governors. The air tasted of oil, old blood, ozone, and the bitter reek of warp translation. Every surface bore scars. Every pillar had been marked by war. Some were etched with kill tallies from terror. Some were crusted with the devotional filth of the eye. Some still held the faint outlines of imperial aquilae, scraped down but never fully erased, as though the past itself refused to die cleanly. Black Legion warriors stood in ranks along the iron galleries, their armor dark as starless void, trimmed in gold that caught the furnace light like old teeth. Chosen of the despoiler, veterans of the long war, murderers of worlds, oathbreakers who remembered the Siege of Terror not as legend, but as a wound that had never closed. Their helms turned as one when the great blast doors at the far end of the chamber opened. Vashtorr entered without herald. No trumpets screamed, no demonic choir praised his name. No slaves were dragged before him to paint his path with blood. He had no need of theatre when function would suffice. The Arkifane crossed the threshold with the sound of metal talons on iron decking. Furnace smoke vented from the machinery of his back. His wings, half membrane and half engineered ruin, scraped sparks from the edges of the doorway. Pale flesh gleamed between black plates. Contract runes crawled across his armor in lines of cold light, vanishing and returning like thoughts in a machine that had learned hunger. The Black Legion did not kneel. Vashtorr did not require it. At the chamber's center stood Abaddon the Despoiler. He was immense even among the transhuman murderers around him, a warlord wrought from black ceramite, ancient hatred and refusal. The talon of Horus rested at his side, each claw a relic of treachery and empire-breaker myth. Drachnian hung with patient malice, its presence less like a weapon than a wound waiting to open. His face was bare, stern and scarred, framed by the topknot that marked him in 1,000 imperial nightmares. His eyes held no worship, no fear, no gratitude, only measure. Vashtorr halted before him. For a long moment, neither spoke. The silence was not empty. It was a pressure in the chamber, felt by every warlord, apostle, sorcerer, warsmith, and butcher gathered beneath the despoiler's banners. Around them, hololithic projectors burned with maps of the sundered galaxy. The cicatrix maledictum glowed across the void in bleeding red, a wound through reality so vast that imperial cartographers had gone mad trying to name its edges. On one side, the corpse empire still choked beneath the light of terror. On the other, worlds drowned in the dark of Imperium Nihilus, cut off from certainty, from reinforcement, from prayer that reached anything sane. Forge worlds blinked crimson. Dead fleets turned slowly in warp storms, icons tumbling into static. Bastion systems flared, vanished, returned as distress runes, then went black. Balefleet routes appeared as hooked lines stabbing through the dark, each one a promise of invasion. Shrine worlds burned in miniature. Agri-worlds rotted beneath demon weather. Void stations flickered with plague codes, scrap code, rebellion markers, and Xeno's predation warnings. The Imperium filled the chamber as a dying beast rendered into data. Abaddon looked at the display, then at Vashtorr. "You come aboard my father's ship bearing gifts." Vashtorr's mouth did not smile. Not gifts, instruments. A ripple of contempt moved through the gathered warlords. Some muttered in Nostraman, others in Colchissian, others in tongues that had never belonged to mankind. A Black Legion lord with a horned helm leaned upon a chain axe and spat black phlegm onto the decking. An iron warrior warsmith watched without movement. A word-bearer's dark apostle clutched his crozius and whispered litanies to gods whose names stained the air. Abaddon did not look away from Vashtorr. "Everything demonic has hooks. Everything useful has cost. That is not a denial. It was not intended as one. At a gesture from the Arkifane, the hololiths changed. The mustering vault darkened. Above them unfolded the forms of the Arks of Omen. They were not ships as the Imperial Navy understood ships, nor mere space hulks drifting dead through the void. They were invasion cathedrals grown from wreckage, demon flesh and asteroid bone. Miles of corrupted hull plating locked around pulsing internal organs. Gun decks yawned like feeding wounds. Launch bays opened as if breathing. Macro cannon batteries clustered along their flanks in profane abundance. Their prows were not carved, but grown, shaped into snarling iron faces, broken fortress walls, cathedral spires, rib cages, and the fused skeletons of vessels that had died in forgotten wars. Within their bellies, armies could muster. Legions could be concealed. Demon engines could be birthed in transit. Cults could starve, breed, worship and die by the million without ever seeing a true sky. Each ark was a war zone before it reached a victim. Each one was a fortress, a plague, a factory, and a mouth. Abaddon studied them. A lesser warlord might have seen grandeur, plunder, glory, a weapon fit for apotheosis. Abaddon saw the snare. A gift from a demon was a battlefield with no horizon. Your flesh metal is in them, he said. Yes. Your will. Not command. Architecture. Speak plainly. Vashtorr's pale gaze moved across the gathered champions. They will carry your war. They will break bastions, harvest artifacts, vomit armies into the soft organs of imperial space, and drown loyal worlds beneath the weight of their own dead. They will answer to those you appoint. They will serve the long war. The word-bearer's apostle laughed, a dry rasp amplified through a vox grill shaped like a flayed face. Hear the newborn idol bargain for relevance. He speaks of service while stitching his name into the bones of our crusade. False god, forge carrion, toolmaker with delusions of divinity. Several Black Legion warriors turned toward him. None moved to silence him. Abaddon permitted dissent until it became wasteful. Vashtorr regarded the apostle. What is your name? I am Dark Apostle Malchior Vesh, mouth of the primordial truth, scourge of Gathalamor's pilgrim hosts, bearer of the 909th canticle of blessed ruin. Your left lung is failing. The apostle went still. Vashtorr continued, voice calm, almost gentle. The bionic replacement installed after the pyre of Luthus is corroded by devotional blood smoke. Your second heart beats out of rhythm under stress. You have concealed this from your brethren. You fear removal from command. You fear your own flock will interpret weakness as divine displeasure. The apostle's Crozius crackled to life. The Black Legion chamber grew very quiet. Vashtorr lifted one claw. A strip of contract light unrolled in the air before Malchior Vesh. It was written in red radiance and black iron script, but beneath the words ran another layer, a sound rather than text. The apostle heard it before any other, his own voice, screaming. Not now, not yet. Future screams, harvested from the possible shape of his immortality. I offer continuation, Vashtorr said, a body beyond decay, lungs of brass, hearts of furnace iron, a throat that will preach after your skull has been emptied and sanctified. You will never weaken, you will never tire, you will never die in a manner your followers can comprehend. The apostle trembled with rage. What price? Only honesty. Admit that your gods have granted you hunger and left you to bargain with function. Malchior's answer was a snarl of scripture. Cravon the unyielding spoke before the apostle could make his defiance fatal. Trust is irrelevant. The Iron Warrior stood apart from the others, clad in hazard-striped plate scarred by siege dust and old radiation burns. His helm hung at his side, revealing a blunt, pale face cut by augmetic replacement from temple to jaw. One eye was a red lens. The other was human and colder. Servo limbs rose over his shoulders like the legs of an execution frame. He looked not at Vashtorr, but at the hololithic arcs. If the hulls withstand macro-battery exchange, if their launch capacity matches projection, if their internal manufactorums can sustain armor replacement and ammunition feed without dependence upon stable supply lines, they are useful. Trust does not enter the calculation. The apostle hissed. Spoken like a son of Perturabo, no soul, no reverence. Cravon looked at him. Reverence has poor armor penetration. A few black legionaries laughed, quietly, cruelly. Abaddon raised one hand and the chamber fell silent again. What do they need? He asked. Vashtorr turned his attention back to the despoiler. Captains willing to mistake ambition for freedom. Warbands hungry enough to accept impossible routes. Sorcerers who can read the wounds in real space. Slaves in quantities your mortal scribes will call excessive. Demon engine cadres. Dark mechanicum overseers. Ammunition, flesh, souls, permission. Abaddon's eyes narrowed. Permission. To place them in your war. My war does not belong to you. No. It belongs to hatred older than most stars now visible from terror. It belongs to dead oaths, broken legions, the failure of fathers, and the stubbornness of sons. I do not seek ownership of the long war. You seek advantage from it. I seek completion. Your war is a conveyor. The insult, if insult it was, passed through the chamber like a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. Abaddon did not strike. That was why he ruled where others raged. He understood the difference between pride and command. Around them, the hololithic galaxy shifted again. Vashtorr's calculations spread in lines of pale fire. Ammunition shortages appeared above traitor fleets, exact to the shell, the charge, the bolt, and the promethium drum. Demon engine attrition glowed above warbands that had not reported losses. Gene seed debts surfaced over commanders who had hidden their failed raids. Slave populations were counted, hull fractures marked, reactor decay measured. Mutinies appeared before they had been spoken aloud. Secret pacts, hidden betrayals, private devotions to rival powers, all rendered into cold illumination. One Black Legion lord reached for his weapon. Abaddon's gaze stopped him. Vashtorr let them see only enough to understand. Then the data folded away. You have already audited my crusade, Abaddon said. I have audited the available machinery. My warriors are not machinery. Vashtorr's head tilted slightly. No, they are less consistent. The chamber waited for death. Abaddon smiled then, but there was no warmth in it. It was the expression of a predator, recognizing another predator at the same carcass. You walk far aboard my ship, Arkifane. I walk where I was permitted. I could rescind that. Yes, you believe I will not. I believe you require results. Abaddon took a step closer. The talon of Horus flexed once, claws whispering against each other. Demon light flickered across Drachenyen's hilt. The Imperium weakened. The long war advanced. The artifacts taken. The key assembled. No oath to the fore. No chain around my throat. No claim upon the Black Legion. Vashtorr answered without pause. Agreed. Say it as contract. The runes across Vashtorr's armor brightened. The arcs shall prosecute the war of acquisition under the command structures appointed by Abaddon, Warmaster of Chaos, despoiler of the false Emperor's dream. They shall bear warbands of the traitor legions, renegade chapters, oathless corsairs, mortal cults, and stranger engines into imperial space. They shall harvest the appointed fragments. They shall weaken the corpse empire's industrial, military, and spiritual foundations. They shall not bind the Black Legion in fealty to the fore. They shall not claim your command. They shall serve the campaign until the terms of the key are fulfilled. Abaddon listened to every word. And what do you gain? Access, yield, data, souls, the opening of mechanisms sealed by ignorance, the approach of completion. You mean godhood? Several warriors shifted. The word had weight, even here, especially here. Vashtorr did not deny it. I mean function without limit. Abaddon turned from him and faced the hololith of the broken galaxy. He saw not stars, but fronts, not worlds, but wounds, not populations, but pressure points. Imperium Sanctus strained beneath overextended defense. Imperium Nihilus drowned in isolation. Every astropathic scream, every fleet delay, every desperate petition to terror was a crack in the edifice his father had failed to break. The arcs could widen those cracks. They could carry war into places fleets could not reach. They could turn abandoned space hulks into blades and send them into the ribs of mankind. He hated dependence on demons. He hated waste more. "Choose the captains," he said. The vault became motion. Names appeared in the air like death sentences. Lords of the Black Legion, Iron Warriors, Siege Masters, Night Lords, Reavers, World Eaters, Slaughter Priests barely leashed from madness, Emperor's children, Princelings wrapped in flensed silk and sonic weaponry, Death Guard Plague Captains, Thousand Sons exiles muttering through helms filled with dust and spite, Renegade Chapter Masters, Dark Mechanicum Magi, Corsair Kings, Beast Things from the Eye. Each would be promised plunder, vengeance, ascension, forbidden relics, fresh slaves, old grudges fulfilled. Each would believe the ark given to him was a throne. Each would be a gear. Far from the vengeful spirit, in the black between dying systems, one of the first arcs translated into real space above the mining moon of Belisar Secundus. Imperial augurs detected it as a gravitational impossibility before they saw it. The moon's orbital plate shuddered. Docking spires bent inward. Cargo elevators miles long screamed as their cables twisted and snapped. Servitors stationed along the plate began speaking in voices not installed within them. Machine spirits in defense lasers wailed through static, some locking their targeting vanes, others firing blind into empty void. Vox traffic became a wall of prayers, orders, screams, and scrap code. Armsman Cale Vaughan was on the lower gunnery deck of Orbital Plate Sanctity when the lights turned red. He had been born on the moon and had never seen its surface except through armored glass. He knew rock dust, recycled air, bulkhead rust, void drill chants, and the taste of corpse starch warmed in tin bowls. He had drilled with a shotgun, shockmaw, and void suit patch kit. He had listened to preachers tell him that the Emperor watched every loyal soul. He had believed them because unbelief did not strengthen a pressure seal. The first impact threw him against a rack of boarding pikes hard enough to break his collarbone. He fell, breath gone, ears ringing. Around him, ratings and armsmen staggered through lumen flare and smoke. Somewhere above, a defense laser fired. The recoil moved through the plate like the kick of a god. Men cheered for half a second. Then the return fire came. Through the observation slit, Cale saw the arc. His mind refused it at first. It was too large, too near, too wrong. A mountain range of wrecked ships and demon flesh hung above the moon, blotting out the stars. Its hull crawled. Its gun decks opened in rows like infected gums. Cathedral spires jutted from its back. Broken Imperial prows were fused into its flanks, their aquilae bent into mockery. Fire glowed beneath armor plates, as if a sun had been trapped inside a corpse. The orbital plate's void shields rose in veils of blue light. Macro shells struck them. The shields held for 3 heartbeats. On the 4th, they died in a burst of azure flame so bright it burned shadows into the deck. Men screamed and clawed at blinded eyes. Cale tried to stand. His left arm would not obey. The deck tilted beneath him as gravity failed, returned, doubled, then convulsed sideways. Bodies lifted from the floor and slammed into the ceiling. Blood floated in beads, then fell as rain when gravity reasserted itself. "Boarding stations," someone shouted over the vox. "All hands to boarding stations. Repel, repel, repel in the Emperor's name." The ark's surface opened. Helldrakes poured from its launch wounds, winged engine things trailing warp fire, their metal throats shrieking as they descended upon the moon's defense squadrons. Imperial interceptors rose to meet them in formation, brave, ordered, and doomed. Kale watched one Helldrake fold around a lightning fighter mid-flight and tear it apart with its talons, engine flame and pilot blood scattering across the void. Another breathed balefire over a defense turret, and the gun crew inside became shadows baked into molten plasteel. Dreadclaw assault pods followed, spinning through flak bursts, their hulls glowing with re-entry heat and demonic runes. Boarding torpedoes slammed into the orbital plate. One struck close enough for Kale to hear the impact through his teeth. The bulkhead at the far end of the gunnery deck bulged inward. Warning runes flashed. A priest began reciting the litany of final locking. The torpedo's drill head punched through. Men fired before the doors opened. Shotguns, laser guns, naval pistols, stubbers mounted on shaking tripods. The torpedo petals unfolded. Something in black armor emerged through the smoke. The first bolter shot took Petty Officer Joran in the chest and turned him into a red burst across the gun shield. The second detonated inside a gunner's skull. The third blew both legs from a man who did not realize he was dead until he tried to run. Chaos Space Marines advanced through the fire, their armor scarred, horned, and marked by the eye. Behind them came mortal boarders with chain blades, flamers, hook poles, and teeth filed into iron points. Kale raised his shotgun with his good hand and fired at the nearest traitor. The shot sparked from black ceramite. The traitor looked at him. Kale understood then that he was not a soldier in a battle. He was matter in the path of an industrial process. A roar came from the torpedo behind the boarders. Something larger forced its way through. A Demon engine compacted for boarding, unfolding limb by limb. Its claws scraped furrows in the deck. Its furnace mouth opened and filled the corridor with orange light. Kale ran. Behind him, the gunnery deck became noise, heat, and meat. Below the plate, the mining moon split under bombardment. Macro shells tore open continents of rock and ore. Plasma veins erupted. Mines collapsed by the 100,000. Habdomes imploded. Rail lines flashed into vapor. The first millions died before any invasion banner touched the ground. Their names did not reach Terra. Their last prayers tangled in the static and were eaten by the warp. In the mustering vault aboard the Vengeful Spirit, the hololith of Belisar Secundus dimmed from amber to red. A small rune beside it marked acquisition in progress. Abaddon watched it without pleasure. Vashtorr watched it without hunger. The gathered warlords saw plunder, slaughter, glory, debt, proof, warning. Each saw what his nature permitted. Kravon the Unyielding studied bombardment efficiency. Malchior Vesh whispered hatred into the head of his Crozius. Black Legion captains began calculating which worlds they would ask to bleed. Abaddon turned at last. You have spoken of completion, of function, of mechanisms sealed by ignorance. Enough riddles. What do you truly want, Arkifane? Vashtorr looked upon the burning moon in the hololith, the dying fleets, the arcs cutting paths through the broken Imperium, the long war made into machinery. When he answered, his voice was low enough that even the Vengeful Spirit seemed to listen. A throne with no skulls beneath it, a kingdom where every scream has purpose, a godhood that functions. Karen Voss burned before the enemy arrived. It was not flame that consumed it at first, nor orbital lancefire, nor the falling stars of invasion. It was labor. It was the holy exhaustion of a system that had been commanded to produce beyond mercy for 10,000 years, and had obeyed. The forge cluster hung in the ash-choked dark, beyond the stable roots of Segmentum Obscurus, a ring of industry around a swollen red star whose light bled through particulate smog and exhaust veils. Hive worlds turned there like diseased organs. Forge moons crawled in their orbits, their surfaces hidden beneath manufactorum stacks, reactor cathedrals, plasma refineries and railwebs that glowed dull orange through the permanent murk. Mining belts glittered with cutting beams and slow-moving ore haulers. Orbital manufactorums circled like iron rosaries, each bead a city of pistons, prayers, and servitor screams. Farther out, behind rings of void mines and defense monitors, the Titan repair yards of Karen Voss Prime stretched across the black in scaffolded splendor, waiting to heal god machines wounded in wars no remembrancer would ever name. It was a vital system. It was a loyal system. It was also rotten beneath every sacred seal. Magos Dominus Hethran Val knew this with a certainty he had never permitted himself to encode in any official archive. Knowledge did not become less dangerous because it was denied. It merely became more patient. He stood within the command basilica of Forge Spire Enoch, suspended above the industrial canyons of Karen Voss Prime by a tower of black iron, adamantium struts, and faith. Below him, the manufacturum continent labored beneath a brown sky. Conveyor lines moved in parallel rivers. Chimneys breathed soot. Furnace mouths opened and closed like the gills of some buried beast. Pilgrim labourers marched between work zones in chains, their heads bowed beneath cogtooth brands. Servitors hauled raw ore, ammunition crates, reactor parts, corpse bins, and cooling rods. Skitari patrols moved among them in perfect silence, red robes snapping in the chemical wind, radium carbines held across armoured chests. Hethran Val watched through 9 ocular feeds, 3 Auspex overlays, 2 nospheric tactical skeins, and 1 remaining organic eye. He disliked the organic eye. It watered, it tired, it remembered pain without permission. His body was a compromise, and therefore a disappointment. Beneath the crimson and black robes of his office, most of his flesh had been replaced by superior matter. His legs were digitigrade augmetics of black steel, ending in stabilizing talons that locked into the floor when he issued command rights. 4 mechadendrites rose from his spine, each tipped with instruments of measurement, benediction, cutting, or death. His left arm was a multi-jointed manipulator capable of crushing a human skull to powder with devotional ease. His right remained partly human from shoulder to wrist, a concession to an old oath sworn before an altar on Mars. He resented it each time blood moved through it. Flesh was not weakness merely because it failed. Flesh was weakness because it wanted meaning from failure. A stream of Binharic alerts shivered across his internal display. He blinked them open with a thought: production deviation, hive manufacturum 9, cargo lift accident, worker loss, pattern irregularity. He allowed the data to unfold. A macro lifter in loading nave galvanic 12 had descended upon a work cohort instead of a munition pallet. This was not rare. Workers died by the hour in the blessed machinery of Karen Voss. Accidents were tithed into productivity forecasts. Flesh was abundant, steel was not. But the pattern troubled him. The crushed workers had not been standing where accident probability suggested. They had been arranged. The macro lifter's descent had bisected the cohort in a 9-spoked pattern around a central overseer. Blood had filled floor channels in precise lines. The dead had formed a cog. Hethran Val exhaled through his respirator grill. "Local malfunction," he said. His voice emerged layered with clipped Binharic confirmation. A junior engine seer, little more than a trembling stack of implants beneath red robes, bowed beside him. "Blessed Magos Dominus, similar deviations have been logged in Manufactorum 9, Forge Moon Pelion, Dockyard Canticum and the lower fuel refineries of Hive Ferrum. Define similar. Servo skulls have deviated from message paths. They approach unaugmented labor personnel and recite contractual fragments. Fragments." The engine seer's throat clicked as he swallowed. Hethran detected the sound, magnified it, and filed it under inefficient organic stress response. One recorded phrase repeats: "The flesh has consented by labor rendered." Hethran Val turned his organic eye upon him. "Superstition is not analysis." "No, Magos Dominus." "Fear is not evidence." "No, Magos Dominus." Demonic hypothesis denied pending proof. The engine seer lowered his head further. "By your will, and the Omnissiah's sacred logic." Hethran turned back to the windows. Beyond them, 100 kilometers of industry pulsed and labored, glowing beneath ashfall. Somewhere in that immensity, a machine had murdered men in a pattern. Machines killed men constantly. That did not make it worship. The Command Basilica's central cogitator bank began to chatter, not in binary, in teeth. Servitor scribes mounted along the walls jerked in their alcoves. Their quills scraped parchment in unison. Servo skulls circling the strategium froze mid-flight, then rotated to face Hethron with blind sockets and red lens eyes. For 1 second, every lumen in the basilica dimmed. The noosphere around him, normally a radiant cathedral of structured data, rippled like oil disturbed by something moving beneath its surface. A production order scrolled across his internal sight. Render the 9th worker. Purify the bone. Prepare the soul feed. Hethron Val cut the connection with a thought sharp enough to kill a lesser mind. Scrap code intrusion, he said. The words tasted insufficient. He amplified his voice through the command vox. Seal, the Basilica answered in a storm of acknowledgement runes. Across Karen Voss Prime, war systems woke. Skitari maniples marched from armories beneath red banners of Mars, their movements exact, their minds bound through command imperatives. Cataphren breaches rolled from vaults on tracked bodies, torsion cannons and hydraulic claws glinting beneath sacred unguents. Onager dune crawlers strode into firing positions, neutron lasers charging with low sun-like hums. Castellan robots emerged from stasis chapels, their rounded helmets blank and serene, fists flexing as cybernetica datasmiths sang activation psalms. Electro-priests gathered in trembling circles, fleshless torsos wrapped in conductor wire, their eyes filled with stolen lightning. Beyond the forged territories, the Iron Wardens of Karen received the summons. Their barracks were trenched cities cut into the black plains between hives, long lines of ferrocrete, mud, wire and artillery. The Wardens were not parade soldiers. They were siegemen, born under ash, raised beneath shelling drills, taught to dig before they could read and to die before they could question. They wore long grey coats stiff with chemical sealant, rebreathers shaped like iron muzzles, flak plate over chest and shoulders, and helmets marked with the white skull of Karen's tithe. Their hands knew laser guns, heavy stubbers, autocannons, trench knives, entrenching tools and prayer beads made from spent shell casings. Colonel Severin Holt stood in a command dugout beneath 3 meters of reinforced plasteel, listening to the Vox reports with one gloved hand resting on a map table. He was broad, grey-haired, and tired in a way no sleep could repair. A scar ran from his left ear to his collar, dragging one side of his mouth into a permanent expression of contempt. His uniform had once been black. Ash had made it the colour of old bone. "Manufactorum 9 has gone red," said his Vox officer. Holt did not look up. "Demons. Mechanicus says scrap code. Mechanicus says a great many things when it is trying not to admit the warp exists." The Vox officer said nothing. Holt leaned closer to the map. Hive Manufactorum 9 pulsed in angry crimson among grey sectors, supply arteries and worker habs. How many civilians in the adjacent blocks? 4 million registered, unknown unregistered. Labour capacity? High. Then they are no longer civilians. Draft them into emergency labour battalions. Anyone with 2 functioning arms carries ammunition, builds barricades, or clears dead metal from the transitways. Anyone who refuses gets shot and processed for nutrient paste. The officer hesitated. Holt looked at him. "That is mercy, Lieutenant. Men with purpose panic slower." He straightened, pulling his coat collar tight against the damp chill of the bunker. "Mobilize the basilisk batteries. Load Earthshaker shells for urban suppression, but hold fire until the Red Priests give us coordinates worth the ammunition. Wake the Death Strike crews and put the silo captains under commissarial seal. Heavy stubber nests along the Western Pilgrim Road. Autocannon teams to the transit mouths. I want massed infantry in the lower approaches before the Mechanicus remembers it does not have enough bodies." "Yes, Colonel." "And Lieutenant." "Sir?" If the tech priests ask for volunteers, give them criminals, cowards, and men already dying. If they ask for my veterans, lose the request. The first battle for Hive Manufactorum 9 began in the throat of Transit Basilica Ferrum, where 8 processional roads met beneath a vaulted roof blackened by 2 centuries of exhaust. The basilica had been built to move workers and munitions, but it had the proportions of a cathedral. Statues of the Omnissiah lined the upper gantries, each one blind, robed, and holding tools like weapons. Conveyor belts ran beneath the floor grills, servo arms hung from ceiling rails, incense burners swung beside hazard lamps, loudspeakers repeated productivity catechisms in broken Gothic. The worker mobs came out of the Manufactorum gates before the Skitarii reached their firing lines. They were not soldiers, not yet. They carried welding torches, chain hooks, rivet guns, pry bars, bone saws, and lengths of pipe. Many still wore their labour masks. Some had cog teeth hammered into their foreheads so recently that blood ran down their faces in red lines. Others had opened their own chests and wired brass fragments into their ribs. Their eyes were wide, shining, emptied of everything but purpose. Behind them came servitors. Dozens at first, then hundreds. Cargo servitors with lifting claws. Surgical servitors trailing blades and tubes. Gun servitors whose targeting arrays twitched against command locks. Half-built combat servitors crawling on unfinished limbs. They advanced in silence except for the wet mechanical click of their joints. A servo skull drifted above them and spoke in a voice like heated needles. Agreement acknowledged, flesh to function, bone to binding, soul to feed. Skitarii Marshal Ro Carden gave the firing order in Binharik. Radium carbines cracked in perfect volley. The front ranks of the mob burst apart under the poisonous fire. Men folded, blistered, cooked from within, their blood turning black as irradiated rounds punched through lungs, hearts, and skulls. Laser guns from the arriving Iron Wardens added disciplined lines of red light. Worker, bodies jerked and fell in heaps. Heavy stubbers hammered from barricades, chopping torsos open and spinning men into the conveyor trenches. Autocannons thudded, each shot turning servitors into sprays of meat, cable, and sacred oil. The mob did not stop. It climbed over its dead because the dead had become steps. A warden sergeant shouted for bayonets. The order vanished beneath the howl of contact. Workers hit the Imperial line like a wave of diseased machinery. Chain hooks caught guardsmen by masks and dragged them forward. Rivet guns punched through flak armor and pinned men to barricades. A servitor with a cargo claw seized a soldier by the waist and closed its pincer until the man came apart in a burst of organs, his legs kicking as his upper body vanished into the press of bodies. The Skitarii held longer. They always did. Rangers fired until the enemy reached their gun barrels, then drew transonic blades that hummed through bone. Vanguard troopers bled radiation into the air around them, killing men by proximity even as they were dragged down. A Sicarian rust stalker bounded through the smoke, cord claw flashing, cutting heads from shoulders and arms, from sockets with insectile grace. Then a corrupted crane arm descended from the ceiling and crushed him flat enough that his augmetic limbs danced separately in the blood. Conveyor belts reversed. The floor opened. Bodies, living and dead, slid screaming into the lower machinery. Guardsmen clawed at grills slick with blood. Workers laughed as they went down, arms spread, offering themselves. Servitors fell silently. Beneath the basilica, smelters were still active. The belts carried their harvest into orange light. Men vanished feet first, hands blackening, uniforms igniting, screams cutting off as molten metal took the lungs. Colonel Holt arrived at the second barricade as a warden lieutenant vomited into his rebreather. Holt struck him once across the helm with the pommel of his saber. "Seal your mask, or die quietly." "Sir, the belts are taking our wounded." "Then shoot the wounded before the belts improve them." Holt drew his bolt pistol and fired into a worker whose skull had been opened from brow to jaw and filled with clicking brass teeth. The mass-reactive round detonated inside the man's head, spraying brains, metal filings and bone across a shrine pillar. "Hold the line," Holt said into the command vox. "This is not a retreat. This is a sorting process. Sort the living from the useful dead." In the command basilica, Hethron Val watched through 1,000 feeds. He saw the fighting in Manufactorum 9. He saw loading cranes killing by sacred geometry. He saw servo skulls whispering contracts into the ears of dying men. He saw cogitators producing impossible orders faster than his adepts could delete them. He saw a Castellan robot pause mid-combat, lower its fists, and turn its blank face toward a sealed vault 300 kilometers beneath the surface. That gave him stillness, not fear. Fear was for flesh. His organic heart beat faster anyway. The noosphere opened around him without permission. The voice entered not through Vox, nor Hethron Val, said the voice. Every tech priest in the command basilica froze. Some began to chant wards. Others disconnected themselves from local networks with frantic bursts of Binharic panic. One engine seer drove a greater than Hethron remained standing. Identify. You have already calculated the answer. Scrap code anomaly. Warp-contaminated intelligence pattern. Possible heretical intrusion. Refusal is not rebuttal. The voice was calm. Male, machine and demon, furnace and courtroom, metal made articulate. Hethron's mechadendrites rose behind him like weapons. This system is bound to Mars, sanctified under treaty, tithe and Martian writ. By authority of the Omnissiah and the Fabricator General's distant will, I deny ingress. The voice seemed to move through every machine in the world. You hide an engine beneath prayer. Hethron said nothing. You fear it. You study it. You deny that study. You worship ignorance while feeding upon what ignorance protects. Open the sealed Archaeotech vault. Permit access. Karen Voss will become the first world in a perfected machine empire. No more decay of doctrine. No more fear of invention. No more flesh pretending command over steel. Hethron's organic eye ached. The sealed vault did not exist in any archive meant for lesser minds. It lay beneath 9 layers of false sanctum, under dead reactors and blackstone shielding, under hymns of denial and execution protocols, old enough to predate the current priesthood. Hethron had seen it once. He had dreamed of it ever since, though he had removed the portion of his brain responsible for dreams. Your offer is rejected, he said. In the name of the Omnissiah, the machine god, the motive force and holy Mars, I reject you. Karen Voss is loyal. The reply came at once. Then every machine will learn hunger. The entire district of Manufactorum 9 sealed itself. Blast doors dropped across transit roads with the force of falling towers. Workers, guardsmen, Skitari, servitors, and refugees were trapped together under red lumens. Every crane descended, every conveyor reversed, every assembly arm unlocked from safety restriction, every furnace opened. The Manufactorum became an execution engine. Holt saw it from the barricade as the sealing machinery came alive. A suspended macrolifter swept sideways, flattening 3 platoons into the wall in a red smear of armor, meat and shattered lasguns. Conveyor jaws opened beneath the wounded and swallowed them into grinding dark. Servo arms plucked men from cover and fed them head first into stamping presses. Radium fire, las fire and screams filled the air until distinction died. A Skitari Alpha was seized by 4 assembly claws. They pulled him apart with calm mechanical force, augmetics tearing from flesh, red robes ripping, spines stretching until it snapped. His internal vox continued transmitting target data for several seconds after his head came free. A Cataphron breacher fired its torsion cannon into a corrupted press, twisting the machine into scrap. 3 more presses rotated toward it. They hammered down until the tracked cyborg was reduced to layered metal and pulp, still trying to obey its last command. The worker mobs threw themselves into the machinery willingly now. Their bodies were taken, rendered, sorted. Bones ground into powder, blood drained into channels, nerves stripped by silver hooks. brains poured into vats that had previously mixed industrial adhesive. The machines improved themselves with every death. Hethron watched the casualty count accelerate beyond meaningful prayer. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. The numbers became red mist in his mind. He shut them away. "Magos Dominus," the junior engineer whispered, voice breaking through static. Orbital augurs report translation signatures. Hethron turned from the feeds. Above Karen Voss, the sky darkened. The system's outer organ nets screamed. Void mines went active. Defense monitors rotated on cold thruster fire. Orbital manufactorums began emergency lockdown rites. Across the Forge Moons and Hive Worlds, sirens sounded through worker barracks, Skitarii armories and guard trenches. In the Titan yards, sleeping god machines received the first tremor of war through their dreams. On the hololithic display, one shadow became many. Corrupted voidcrafts slid from the warp like knives drawn through infected flesh. Cruisers with broken backs and living prows, raiders trailing chains of frozen corpses, warhulks crusted with cathedral growths, gun decks and demon bone. At their center came a greater darkness, a vast arc shape eclipsing the red star's light. The Bale fleet had arrived. In Manufactorum 9, the machines kept feeding, and through every vox grill in the dying district, Vashtorr's voice spoke with patient satisfaction. Production begins. Cravorn the Unyielding watched the invasion unfold through a lens of smoke, mathematics and contempt. The bridge of the siege cruiser, Iron Malediction, was not a place of banners and wild oaths. It was a command engine. Its walls were black iron, ribbed with hazard striping and old kill marks. Ammunition tallies crawled across brass display plates. Void shield harmonics pulsed in amber. Casualty estimates bled red across the hololithic theatre at the chamber's heart. Crew serfs moved in silence, their tongues removed and replaced with obedience studs. Tech thralls hunched over cogitator banks, their spines socketed into data thrones, their eye sockets glowing with reflected fire from Karen Voss below. The planet filled the forward oculus. It was beautiful in the way a fortress was beautiful. Ugly, layered, hard to kill. Its continents were hidden beneath manufactorum scars, hive stacks, furnace districts, defense grids and void shield domes. Orbital plates hung above it like broken halos. Forge moons burned on the tactical display. Mining belts glittered with defense mines and automated gun platforms. The Titan yards shone beyond the inner orbital ring, still protected beneath overlapping fields and the stubborn pride of Mars. Cravorn respected it. That was not mercy. It was not admiration. It was simply the acknowledgement due to a problem worth solving. Behind him, the warband gathered. Iron warriors stood in ranks without prayer or ceremony. Their plate the dull gunmetal of siege and attrition, chevrons bright against pauldrons and greaves. Their helms were lowered. Their bolters were chained to their wrists. Havocs waited beside ammunition servitors. Lascannons and missile racks clamped in mag harnesses. Warpsmiths muttered to demon-bound artillery pieces, not soothing them, but threatening them with dismantlement if they performed below tolerance. Obliterators stood in the shadows, huge and twitching, weapons crawling beneath their flesh metal like parasites trying to be born. Their breathing was the wet scrape of meat dreaming of guns. Farther back waited the mortal forces. The cogs of the Arkifane were arranged in cohorts rather than mobs. Their commanders carried contract tablets. Their ammunition masters counted shells with devotion more severe than any hymn. Mutant labor hosts dragged siege plates, macro shells, promethium tanks, and folded artillery frames under the whips of dark mechanicum overseers. Some mutants had crane limbs grafted to their backs. Some had cogitator stacks nailed into their skulls. Some had 4 arms and no eyes, bred or altered for hauling in toxic dark. They chanted as they worked, a low industrial rhythm that matched the pulse of the engines. Not faith, Cravorn thought. Function with delusions. Magos Heretek, Zyrax Thula, stood at the edge of the hololithic pit, 8 augmetic limbs folded beneath him. Lenses shifted in the brass mask of his face. Static clicked through his Vox grill in devotional fragments. Orbital degradation cycle enters blessed efficiency, the heretic said. Enemy shield harmonics are resisting collapse at 11 primary bastions, 30 auxiliary nodes, and 1 unidentified subterranean emitter. Craven looked at the display. Unidentified emitters are traps, or relics. All relics are traps until proven otherwise. A Black Legion champion near the Strategium rail gave a low laugh. He had arrived as Abaddon's observer, though Craven suspected he had also arrived as a knife. His armor was black and gold, his helm crowned by short horns, his chainblade resting idle in one hand. You Iron Warriors see traps in everything. Craven did not look at him. That is why we still exist. The champion's laughter faded. On the tactical display, the first wave of the invasion appeared in ordered progression, not as a frothing descent, not as the howl of world eaters flinging themselves at gun lines. The operation advanced in stages. Void superiority was not complete, but sufficient. Imperial Navy interceptors still rose from shielded launch bays and orbital docks, but Helldrake packs and corrupted attack craft were pushing them away from the primary landing corridors. Orbital shield degradation had begun. Lance strikes and macro cannon fire hammered selected nodes, not the hives themselves. Landing zones would be seized only where artillery could be deployed and supply arteries protected. Mass assault would wait until the killing lanes were measured. That was war. Everything else was enthusiasm. A cult commander in a cloak of stitched cog symbols stepped forward too quickly, bowing with theatrical zeal. Warsmith, the faithful beg permission to descend upon the Western Manufactorum districts. Their blood is ready, their teeth are sharpened, their souls yearn to be spent in the Arkifane's calculus. Craven turned his head at last. The mortal was thin, grey-skinned and trembling. Brass wheels had been implanted along his shaved scalp. His eyes were fever-bright. He smelled of incense, old sweat and certainty. "What is your ammunition load?" The cult commander blinked. "My lord, what is your ammunition load?" "Enough to prove devotion." Craven drew his bolt pistol and shot. The man's second-in-command through the face. The corpse hit the deck without ceremony. Bone and brain matter slapped across the boots of the nearest cultists. None moved. One began to whisper a machine prayer and stopped when Craven looked at him. "Wrong answer," said the warsmith. "Faith is ammunition for fools. Give me breach points, shell weight, and bodies enough to spend." The cult commander fell to his knees. "Forgiveness, Iron Lord. The ledgers will be amended. They will be correct." A new voice entered the bridge through every speaker, conduit, and servo motor at once. "They will not." The chamber stilled. Vashtorr did not appear in body. He did not need to. His presence moved through the iron malediction as pressure in the metal, as a warming of the deck beneath ceramite boots, as a sudden clarity in every targeting cogitator. Even the obliterators ceased their twitching. Even Zyrax Thule inclined his brass-masked head. The cult commander lifted his face, eyes shining with hope. "My lord Arkifane, I have erred only in zeal. Let me descend. Let me drown the foe in bodies. Let me show the Imperials the price of refusing your perfect design." "You wasted shells in the assault on Belisar Secundus," Vashtorr said. "You ordered frontal expenditure before range calibration. Your cohort's hit yield fell beneath acceptable return. Your report described the loss as holy excess." The cult commander began to shake. "I only sought to honor the work. You sought importance." A mechadendrite unfolded from the deck behind him. The cult commander screamed before it touched him. The sound became wet static as the tendril punched into the base of his skull and lifted him from the floor. His legs kicked, his arms clawed at nothing. Other tendrils emerged from wall sockets and ceiling ports, piercing his spine, throat, eyes and chest. One split his ribcage with surgical neatness. Another removed his jaw and tongue in a single clean pull. Craven watched without expression. This was not rage. This was maintenance. A gun assembly descended from the bridge ceiling, dragged from some hidden storage cradle by chains of black iron. It was a targeting cogitator core, half machine, half wet chamber, its lenses blind and waiting. The commander was pressed into it alive. His skull was opened. His brain was unfolded with delicate hooks, spread through copper contacts and bolted to a spinning calculation wheel. His eyes were left intact, suspended before linked optics that would never permit blinking. His heart, still beating, was connected to a pulsed ammunition feed. The screams did not stop. They became numbers. Vashtorr's voice filled the bridge again. He will calculate trajectories until the last gun he serves is destroyed. He will know every shot and fire none of them. His desire to command has been preserved. The targeting cogitator shuddered. Its lenses ignited. Fire solutions began scrolling across the display with exquisite accuracy. Cravorn looked back to the world below. "Useful," he said. The Black Legion champion muttered something under his breath. It might have been prayer. It might have been disgust. Cravorn did not care. Below the fleet, Karen Voss answered. Imperial defense was not a single wall. It was a layered machine of fear, doctrine, and mass. Navy interceptors streaked upward through stained atmosphere, lightning fighters and thunderbolts breaking from hidden launch fields beneath burning cloud. Hydras tracked them from hive roofs and refinery causeways. Quad autocannons hammering at descending helldrakes. Basilisk artillery batteries opened from trench lines beyond the manufacturum districts. Earthshaker rounds howling into projected landing zones. Skitari maniples fired radium volleys from redoubt gantries. Servitor gun lines rotated from their alcoves, heavy bolters chattering until their barrels glowed white. Night households deployed around the forge temples, towering war engines in heraldic plate. Thermal cannons and rapid-fire battle cannons, awakening beneath banners of oath-bound nobility. A lance strike from orbit struck the outer void shield over Forge Temple Calyx. The shield flared blue and held. 3 more strikes followed, not at the same point, but at a sequence of harmonically related nodes. Cravorn approved. Zyrax Thul's calculations were unpleasantly elegant. The 5th strike punched through. Maulerfiend pack fell from the sky inside armored drop cages, hitting the temple approach with enough force to crack the avenue. The cages burst open. The demon engines surged free, all pistons, claws, and furnace mouths. Skitari Vanguard met them with radium fire. Men and machine things died in equal filth. One Maulerfiend took a neutron laser blast from an onager and lost half its torso, molten armor and black ichor spraying across a statue of the Omnissiah. It kept moving, dragged itself forward on 2 claws and smashed the dune crawler flat, killing the crew inside in a burst of ruptured seals and sacred oil. Venom crawlers scuttled through ruins where hab towers had already collapsed under bombardment. Their bladed limbs clicked over bodies and broken masonry. They spat warp-charged fire into Warden infantry blocks, turning men into convulsing silhouettes before the flesh fell from their bones. Forge fiends advanced behind them, vomiting plasma into bunker mouths, each discharge turning ferrocrete to glass and defenders to steam. Helldrakes screamed overhead, folding through flak bursts, their bale flamers washing Navy interceptors from the sky in trails of burning debris. From one landing zone came a soul grinder. It marched on bladed iron limbs, dragging a cannon larger than a hab chapel beneath a torso of demon muscle and armor. Glyphs burned across its hide. Mortal cultists walked around it in ordered columns, feeding it chains of shells and prisoners. It paused before a void shield pylon, lifted one massive claw, and struck. The first blow cracked the casing. The second ruptured the inner field regulators. The third brought the pylon down in a storm of blue lightning that cooked thousands of nearby cultists where they stood. They died in formation. Cravorn found that almost respectable. In Forge Spire Enoch, Magos Dominus Hethron Val stood amid a storm of failing data. The enemy was outside the gates. That was expected. Enemy armies could be categorized. interdicted, calculated. What gnawed at his remaining organic nerves was not the descent of demon engines or the precision of Iron Warrior artillery. It was the familiarity of the corruption within his own system. He had ordered full scrutiny of the maintenance archives, not the recent ones, not the obvious noospheric wounds. He had gone backward, deeper, through decades of routine liturgy and production catechism. Every forge audit, every hymn of machine appeasement, every sanctioned efficiency revision, every minor alteration entered by adepts long dead, servitors recycled, lex mechanics promoted, punished, or converted into processing cores. The pattern emerged slowly, then all at once. A replacement phrase in the litany of gear alignment, an alternate response in the prayer of furnace wakefulness, a small efficiency notation in crane maintenance rights, a revised quota formula for corpse processing, a devotional phrase inserted into calibration hymns for macro lifters. Alone, each meant nothing. Together, they formed a contract written through habit. Vashtorr had entered Karen Voss through routine, through prayers spoken by men who did not understand they were agreeing, through production quotas sanctified by red wax seals, through machine maintenance carried out in obedience, through forge audits, repair hymns, and efficiency doctrines. Hethron Val stared at the compiled pattern and felt something inside him recoil, not because it was crude, because it was elegant. The junior engine seer beside him whispered, "Magos Dominus, these deviations predate the present crisis by 146 years." Hethron's mechadendrite snapped out and gripped the engine seer by the throat. Speculation. The engine seer's feet kicked above the floor. Archived proof, blessed one. Speculation. The engine seer's larynx began to collapse. Hethron released him before permanent damage reduced his utility. Seal the archive. Execute all adepts who have accessed unfiltered maintenance litanies in the last 6 hours. Purge their cogitators. Burn their remains in separate furnaces. Their ashes are to be inspected for script. The engine seer fell to his knees, clutching his throat. By your sacred will. Hethron turned back to the data and magnified the core phrases. Flesh has consented by labor rendered. He deleted the line. It returned. He deleted it again. It returned corrected. Flesh has always consented. In the lower hive, Colonel Holt prepared his counterattack through Transit Artery Gethsemane, a 6-kilometer tunnel complex already packed with bodies from the first collapse of Manufactorum 9. The air was red with smoke, dust, and vaporized blood. Corpses lay in drifts against the barricades. Some wore grey warden coats. Some wore red Mechanicus robes. Some had been workers. Some had become things with brass in their teeth and contract script carved into their chests. Lehman Russ demolishers rumbled at the head of the formation. Their siege cannons angled down the tunnel throat. Hellhounds idled behind them. Prometheum tanks sloshing. Inferno cannons already wet with pilot flame. Infantry companies packed the spaces between armor. Lasguns held tight. Rebreathers fogged by frightened breath. Meltergun teams waited near the tank hulls. Plasma gunners checked their coils and prayed they would die from the enemy before their own weapons cooked them alive. Holt walked the line with his bolt pistol drawn. The men watched him. Some expected inspiration. He gave them honesty instead. We advance 3 kilometers. We clear the artery to Junction Call. We identify enemy strength, draw their response, and mark artillery coordinates. This is a probing action. That means many of you will die, so men with maps can become less ignorant. No one cheered. Good, Holt thought. Cheering wasted breath. A commissar near the second rank lifted his chainsword. For the Emperor. The men echoed it, but the words came muffled through rebreathers. Holt raised one hand. Forward. The demolishers fired first. Their cannons turned the tunnel into thunder. Shells struck the far barricades and exploded among machine cultists, corrupted servitors and crawling demon engines. Shockwaves punched through the artery hard enough to burst eardrums beneath helmets. The infantry advanced behind the tanks, boots slipping in blood. Heavy stubbers chattered from sponsons. Laser-guns added red lines through the smoke. Hellhounds surged forward when the first mobs came shrieking from side passages, bathing them in promethium, until men ran as torches and servitors cooked in their own metal shells. For 800 meters, the counterattack worked. For another 500, it survived. Then the artery woke. Wall-mounted servo arms unfolded behind the guard line and began harvesting. One seized a plasma gunner by the head and smashed him against the tunnel wall until his helmet split and brains slid down the ferrocrete. Another lifted a wounded man gently, almost tenderly, then fed him into a maintenance grinder that had not been active for 90 years. Conveyor shutters opened beneath the dead. The floor pulled bodies away faster than stretcher bearers could reach them. A venom crawler dropped from the ceiling into the middle of Third Company. It landed in a crush of limbs and armor, impaling 6 men beneath its bladed legs. Its guns spat warp fire. Guardsmen came apart in bursts of boiling blood and luminous ash. A meltagun team turned as one and fired into its flank. The beast screamed, metal peeling back, demon ichor spraying across the floor. A demolisher cannon finished it at point-blank range, the shell detonating inside its thorax and blowing its limbs across the artery like thrown spears. The advance continued. Holt stepped over a man whose lower body had been removed by shrapnel. "Keep moving." "Sir, we need medici. We need distance." The man reached for his coat. Holt shot him once in the forehead and walked on. By the time the wardens reached the 3rd kilometer marker, 90,000 men were dead, dying, missing, burned, harvested, crushed or sealed behind emergency bulkheads. The artery had been cleared, technically. Junction call had been reached, technically. Enemy strength had been identified, partly. Artillery coordinates had been marked, inaccurately but usefully. The operation was entered into the command log as a successful probing action. Holt stood beneath the cracked sign of junction call, listening to the Vox reports pile up in his ear. Ammunition expenditure above projection, promethium reserves declining, medici stations overloaded, plasma coil failure rate unacceptable, morale stable under commissarial correction, Mechanicus requesting bodies for servitor conversion, enemy advance minimal. That last report troubled him most. He looked down the artery, at the heaps of dead, the burning wrecks, the twitching remains of demon engines, the blood rivers flowing into drainage channels that no longer led where they should. They had paid 90,000 men for 3 kilometers, and the enemy had not truly pressed them. The enemy had answered, killed, measured and withdrawn by inches. Holt understood then. The enemy was not trying to conquer the hive quickly. It was making them spend themselves. Ammunition, fuel, nerves, officers, veterans, Vox discipline, chain of command, trust in machinery, trust in orders, trust in the possibility that a door would remain a door and a crane would remain a crane. This campaign was not merely military, it was arithmetic, and Karen Voss was already becoming a sum with only one answer. Aboard the Iron Malediction, Cravon reviewed the ground reports as the new targeting cogitator whispered trajectories in the voice of the punished cult commander. Landing zones secured. Orbital shields degraded by 31 acceptable breach corridors. Forge Temple Calyx contested. Transit Artery Gethsemane enemy counterthrust measured. Imperial losses high. Chaos losses acceptable. Demon engine attrition within replacement expectation. Cultist expenditure below concern. Iron Warrior casualties minimal. Cravon rested both hands on the edge of the hololithic pit. "Begin artillery unpacking," he said. "Grand batteries to the second ridge. Havocs in the Manufactorum bones. Obliterators held until enemy armor commits. No mass assault until the next shield falls." Zyrax Thule clicked approval. "Siege sequence aligns with the Arkifane's projected appetite." Cravon looked at the heretic. "Do not call it appetite. Appetite is for beasts." "What would you call it, Warsmith?" "Industry." The private message arrived without warning. It did not use the ship's Vox. It did not enter through the noosphere. It appeared inside the targeting display, written in letters of black iron across the surface of Karen Voss. Cravorn read it once, then again. You will breach Vault Theta 9. You will believe the victory is yours. That belief is included in the price. For the first time since the invasion began, Cravorn the Unyielding smiled. It was not amusement. It was the expression of a man who had found the strongest wall. Hethron Val descended beneath Forge Spire Enoch, while Karen Voss died by increments above him. The lift was a reliquary coffin of black iron and red glass, carried downward through the spine of the forge by chains older than most of the workers being ground into the manufacturing wars. Around him, lumen strips pulsed in failing sequence. His escort of Sicarian infiltrators clung to the walls and ceiling with insectile stillness, their transonic blades sheathed, their skull faces turned toward every hatchway. Beneath their silence, the lift groaned. The sound offended him. Well-maintained machines did not groan. They sang in vibration, pressure and heat. Karen Voss no longer sang correctly. It whispered. The lift passed through data crypts, reactor chapels, ossuary archives, and sealed levels where failed magi had been entombed inside their own cogitator stacks. It passed prayer wheels turning without hands. It passed servo skull swarms locked in circles, repeating the same phrase until their vox grills smoked. Flesh has consented. Hethron severed the lift speakers with a thought. The whisper continued through the floor. He had not come below the spire to flee the war. Flight was for blooded animals. He had come because the surface war had become insufficient data. The enemy in orbit was material. The Daemon engines in the Manufactorum districts were material. The Iron Warriors unpacking artillery beyond the shield scars were material. Even the cults and servitors and corrupt machine lines could be categorized within the taxonomy of invasion. Vashtorr was not merely invading, he was repeating a pattern. The archive door at the bottom of the lift had not opened in 179 years. Its seals bore the sigils of Mars, the Inquisition, and a dead fabricator locum, whose name had been deleted from public remembrance. Black wax clogged the hinge shrines. Purity chains crossed the metal in devotional layers. A skull embedded in the central lock watched Hethron with empty sockets and a silver electu across its brow. The skull spoke with a voice made of dust. State, necessity. Hethron extended a mechadendrite into the lock. Exigent war condition. Demon engine invasion. Noospheric compromise. Request access to Ordo Malleus and Mechanicus restricted campaign record. Subject designation, Arkifane. Supplemental designation, Soul Forge King. The skull waited. State spiritual risk. Catastrophic. State flesh risk. Irrelevant. The skull clicked. Its jaw opened, releasing a hiss of cold air that smelled of parchment, dead incense and old fear. Access granted. Ignorance is protection. Knowledge is ammunition. Spend carefully. The door opened. Hethron entered a chamber that had never been built for comfort. Its walls were lined with memory coffins, each one containing crystal stacks, parchment scrolls, data slates, preserved brains, sealed testimonies, and fragments of sanctioned nightmare. At the center stood a throne of cables and bone-white steel. A neural crown hung above it, twitching as if eager. The Sicarian escort remained outside without command. Even their simple doctrinal cognition recognized the room as poison. Hethron sat, the crown lowered onto what remained of his skull. Needles entered old ports with the intimacy of knives returning to scars. His remaining organic eye spasmed. His augmetic eyes flared with warning runes. He ignored them all. Open sealed record, he said. The rock. Assault by Vashtorr. The archive obeyed. The chamber vanished. The rock bled into being around him. Not as a map. Not as a report. Not as a clean sequence of events fit for a tactician's review. The record had been compiled from Dark Angel's fragments, inquisitorial theft, Mechanicus machine spirit, after images and astropathic screams caught in transit. It arrived as nightmare, because truth under warp pressure often did. He saw a fortress where no fortress should be, The rock moved through the void like a mountain torn from a murdered world and taught to hate the stars. It was ancient stone armored in adamantium, a shard of Caliban encased in guns, shrines, plasma reactors, and secrets older than many imperial saints. Its outer bastions rose in layered walls, its defense lasers tracked with the patience of executioners. Launch bays yawned beneath shielded arches. Reliquary spires burned with cold light. Monastery towers clung to black cliffs. Behind all of it, beneath every oath and every bolted plate, there were sealed places that did not appear on any friendly schematic. The Dark Angels had built a fortress around memory and called it duty. Void shields shimmered over the rock in overlapping layers. Around it moved strike cruisers, battle barges and escorts, bearing the livery of the unforgiven, solemn and disciplined in the dark. The fleet did not posture. It watched. It waited. It guarded old sin with new steel. Then the warp opened. The arcs and warships of the assault fleet tore from unreality in a storm of infected light. Black Legion vessels led the spear, their prows marked by the eye and their gun decks already burning. Iron Warriors ships followed, ugly and purposeful, siege batteries rotating into position before translation shock had faded. Around them came demon craft, scrap hulks, boarding ships and engine things that had no right to move through void at all. They came not as raiders, but as an equation of violence. Hethron felt the hidden factor beneath the invasion: prediction. The rock should have been difficult to catch, harder to anticipate. A fortress whose movements were protected by secrecy, faith, ancient engines, and the paranoia of the Sons of the Lion. Yet the assault had arrived where it needed to arrive. The record shuddered and showed him the reason. An abominable intelligence, not alive as flesh lived, not holy as machine spirits were holy. Something locked beneath contract chains and pain recursion. A forbidden mind forced to watch probability until the future became a cage. Vashtorr had bargained with it, or broken it. With such entities, the distinction was often ceremonial. Its thought patterns had been nailed open across engines of black glass. Every projected movement of the rock had been drawn from its torment. Hethron's organic hand clenched on the arm of the archive throne. The data was beautiful. He hated that he thought so. The first exchange of fire tore through the record like divine wrath. Lance batteries struck shield layers. Macro shells detonated across the rock's void skin in blossoms of white and red. The fortress answered with defense lasers, plasma annihilation bursts, and missile storms that turned traitor escorts into expanding fields of wreckage. One Black Legion cruiser took a beam through its spine and broke in half, its reactor death lighting the flanks of the ships beside it. Boarding craft continued through the debris without hesitation. The Dark Angels did not waste words. In the inner command sanctum, Azrael stood amid green armor, red warning lumens, and stone walls carved with oaths no outsider would ever be permitted to read. His face was controlled fury. The lion helm gleamed at his side. Around him, officers of the chapter received damage runes, shield failures, breach warnings, and casualty feeds. A captain spoke. "Outer bastion breach imminent." Azrael did not raise his voice. "Hold the inner gates. No retreat. No revelation." That was all. No explanation. No speech to inspire the weak. No comfort for dying serfs. No admission of what must be protected beneath the fortress. The Dark Angels moved because command had been given. Their secrets moved with them like shadows under armor. The record threw Hethron into the corridors. Smoke filled the rock's inner arteries. Not the black manufactorum smoke of Karen Voss, but incense, burning stone dust, demon oil, and the copper fog of ruptured bodies. Cultists poured from boarding wounds in their thousands, marked by the sigils of the Arkifane and the Eye, carrying chain blades, flamers, breaching charges, and contract brands hammered into their skulls. Behind them came Black Legionaries in black and gold, bolters roaring, and Iron Warriors with breacher shields, melter charges, and the patient hatred of siege troops who had found a wall worthy of effort. The Dark Angels met them in disciplined silence. Storm bolters spoke first. Deathwing Terminators advanced through the smoke like bone-coloured statues of judgment, their armour ancient, scarred and implacable. Mass reactive rounds punched into cultist ranks and burst them apart from within. Chests detonated. Heads vanished in sprays of bone and brain. Limbs spun across the stone floor. Men kept running even after death had opened them, carried forward by the pressure of those behind. A chain fist roared to life and carved through a demon engine wedged in a breachway. Its teeth shrieked against flesh metal. Black ichor sprayed across white Terminator plate. The machine beast snapped at the warrior with a jaw made from ship plating and human ribs, but a thunderhammer struck its skull sideways and crushed the demon thing into the wall hard enough to crack the stone beneath the armor. Plasma coils overheated in the hands of green armored hellblasters, firing down a reliquary hall. Blue-white suns bloomed in the smoke. One weapon vented, failed, and took its bearer's arm at the elbow in a flash of boiling ceramite and meat. The Dark Angel did not scream. He dropped to one knee, sealed the wound with his other gauntlet, and continued to mark targets until a Black Legion bolt round detonated inside his helm. Incense burners swung over blood-slick stone. Servitors burned. Chapter serfs died clutching ammunition crates. Black legionaries fell with curses older than the Imperium. Iron warriors were smashed down and rose again until chainfists opened them. Cultists slipped in the blood of those ahead of them and were trampled into pulp by warriors who did not notice they had ever lived. Then the rock itself betrayed them. Not wholly, never wholly. Its spirit was old and armoured by rites that would have humbled lesser corruption. But Vashtorr did not batter at the fortress like a berserker. He did not hurl himself at walls, hoping rage would become victory. He selected. A door sealed 3 seconds early, trapping a squad of Dark Angels outside their fallback line as demon engines came through the smoke. A reactor valve opened in a plasma relay and vented heat across a loyalist gun crew, cooking them inside their armour. A shield node dropped not long enough for the enemy to destroy the fortress, but long enough for a boarding torpedo to spear into a maintenance shrine. Ammunition lifts halted between decks. Targeting spirits misread friendly transponders. Fire suppression systems flooded the wrong corridors. Blessed locks forgot blessed codes. Vashtorr fought as a siege algorithm wearing flesh. He chose doors as victims. He chose reactors. He chose machine spirits and shield nodes. He found the tiny points where loyalty depended on mechanism and taught mechanism to hesitate. The record showed him at last. The Arkifane moved through a breached vaultway wreathed in furnace smoke, towering above cultists and post-human killers alike. His hammer struck a blast door once. The door did not break outward. Its machine spirit screamed inward, its locks undoing themselves in shame, its hinges turning against their own purpose. Dark Angels opened fire from the far side. Bolter rounds burst across Vashtorr's armor. Plasma washed over him and peeled pallid flesh from black metal. He did not roar. He did not stagger in rage. He marked the angle of fire, the reload rhythm, the courage of the defenders, the probable location of what they guarded. A Deathwing Knight charged him with mace raised. Vashtorr caught the blow on one claw. The impact cracked the floor. With his other hand, he touched the warrior's chestplate. Runes crawled from his talons into the Terminator armor. For a moment, the ancient suit resisted, every purity seal and machine prayer burning in defiance. Then its joints locked. The warrior inside strained hard enough to tear muscle from bone. Vashtorr tilted his head, studying the resistance. "Excellent workmanship," he said. He crushed the helmet slowly, not because slowness gave pleasure, but because the armor's layered responses required observation. Bone split. Lenses burst. The warrior's skull folded inward under ceramite. Vashtorr released the corpse and continued walking. The record spasmed. A shadow passed through it. Not absence, not darkness in the normal sense. A will like a blade hidden beneath a cloak. Be'lakor. He did not come as savior. No demon prince of chaos undivided ever moved from mercy. His presence slid across the battlefield through reflections, under broken doors, behind dying warriors, through the shade cast by burning engines. Where his influence touched Vashtorr's assault, guidance failed. demon packs turned down wrong corridors. A corrupted lift dropped a Black Legion squad into a sealed armory filled with promethium fire. An Iron Warriors breaching team received false coordinates and wasted charges on a decoy gate. Shadow demons gutted cult leaders before they could relay orders, leaving their cohorts to mill under Dark Angel's fire until Stormbolters reduced them to red paste. Chaos ate its own tail, even while biting at the Imperium. The Great Game was never absent. Hethryn absorbed the sequence with increasing unease. Vashtorr lost assets. Entire demon cohorts were purged in sanctified flame. Black Legion elites died beneath disciplined loyalist counterfire. Iron Warriors were stalled at inner gates. The Dark Angels preserved more than they lost, though the price was paid in flesh, armor, secrets almost exposed, and corridors that would smell of demon oil for centuries. A setback. That was how a loyalist archive had labeled it. The word glowed in Mechanicus red. Hethryn stared at it until the archive accepted his irritation and unfolded deeper strata. Vashtorr's own extracted perspective bled through fragments stolen from corrupted machines. The Arkifane had not recorded defeat as defeat. He had recorded shield response times, machine spirit resistance thresholds, Dark Angel's prioritization patterns, the ratio between secret preservation and battlefield necessity. How long Azrael would hold an outer bastion before trading space for silence. How Deathwing units repositioned when relic vaults were threatened. Which ancient systems beneath the rock reacted when the component was disturbed. How loyal machines screamed before they failed. How ancient engines thought when forced to choose between obedience and survival. He had spent war as currency to buy knowledge. He had learned that secrets made even the disciplined predictable. Hethryn tore himself from the record with a burst of Binharic command. The archive chamber returned around him, colder than before. Warning runes flashed across his sight. His organic eye had bled down his cheek. He ignored the fluid. The war above him had worsened while he watched old nightmares. New casualty streams clawed at the edge of his awareness. Manufactorum districts lost, shield bastions compromised. Enemy artillery deploying in mathematically efficient arcs. Colonel Holt demanding permission to shell loyal Hab blocks. Skitari command, requesting extermination protocols in sub-levels overrun by machine cults. Hethryn did not answer immediately. The rock had not been attacked for its stone, nor its guns, nor its fame. It had been attacked for what it concealed. Karen Voss was not being invaded for its factories. The factories were useful, yes. Its Titan yards, its forge moons, its ammunition output, its orbital docks, all valuable. But Vashtorr did not move with such patience for mere production. Production was everywhere. Industry could be stolen, corrupted, rebuilt. No, he had come for what lay beneath. The sealed engine under Karen Voss had been buried in doctrine, hidden by prayers, surrounded by generations of tech priests who called their fear reverence. Hethryn had believed concealment sufficient. He had believed ignorance, ritual, and layered command denial could make a thing safe. Vashtorr had followed the resonance of buried guilt. The archive door opened without command. A servo skull drifted in from the corridor. It should not have passed the seals. Its bone casing was split. Its lenses had been replaced by small rotating cogs of black iron. It hovered before Hethryn and spoke in the voice of the archive skull, the voice of the lift, the voice of failing manufactorums and contract scripture. Comparison complete. The concealed mechanism beneath Karen Voss shares behavioral echoes with protected systems encountered within the rock. Probability of relevance exceeds denial threshold. Hethryn rose from the throne. Silence. The servo skull rotated. Open the vault. Hethryn's mechadendrite lashed out and crushed it against the wall. Bone powder, metal fragments, and thin black oil splattered across the purity seals. For one moment, the chamber was still. Then every memory coffin in the archive whispered at once, "Open the vault." Far away, beyond real space's wounded skin, Vashtorr stood in the Forge of Souls and watched the same record replay across a curtain of molten brass. He saw the rock's walls. He saw Azrael's refusal. He saw Deathwing's storm bolters making red ruin of his servants. He saw Be'lakor's shadow turn corridors against him. He saw assets lost, timings disrupted, opportunities denied. He reached into the record with one talon and began to delete, not erase from history. History was irrelevant. He removed every moment that did not serve. The apparent defeat vanished. The dead cults vanished. The wasted demons vanished. The shattered engines vanished. The loyalist defiance vanished, except where it provided useful resistance data. Be'lakor's sabotage remained only as a variable. The Dark Angel's courage remained only as pressure measurement. The rock remained not as enemy fortress, but as evidence. When he finished, the record was smaller, sharper, useful. Vashtorr watched the refined data burn in the brass. Then he turned toward the distant resonance of Karen Voss. "Proceed," he said. The archive did not release Hethron Val when he commanded it. It held him in its cold neural teeth, feeding the next sealed record through his cortex while his body sat rigid in the memory throne beneath Forge Spire Enoch. His mechadendrites trembled against the floor. His augmetic eyes burned with warning runes. His remaining organic eyes stared at nothing, blood drying in a dark line down his cheek. Somewhere far above, Karen Voss continued to die under artillery, demon engines, corrupted industry, and the slow arithmetic of invasion. Somewhere in the Manufactorum canyons, Colonel Holt spent men by the regiment to gain minutes. Somewhere in orbit, traitor guns tested shield harmonics with the patience of executioners. None of it reached Hethron with enough force to free him. The record had become a hook. The rock faded into silver static, its blood slick corridors and ancient stone vanishing behind a storm of machine memory. The archive screamed in voices that had once belonged to sanctioned savants, murdered astropaths, interrogated heretics, and loyal machine spirits, broken open for testimony. Hethron tried to sever the connection. The data ignored him. A new world unfolded. Wormwood. His first impression was that it was not a planet, but an infection pretending to have gravity. It hung in the warp-stained dark like a black seed embedded in a wound of reality. Its continents were not landmasses in any natural sense. They were growths of iron, bone, demon bark, and fossilized machinery, spiraling around seas of coolant, blood, and alchemical runoff. Mechanical forests covered its plains, if plains they could be called. Trees of brass and black steel clawed toward a sky full of broken moons. Their branches were gear trains. Their leaves were thin blades that clicked against one another in the wind. Their fruit were skulls wrapped in copper wire, each one whispering fragments of dead prayers into the polluted air. Roots of pistons and ribbed cables plunged into the ground, drinking heat from buried furnaces. Bone cog orchards stretched for leagues, their trunks made from fused spinal columns, and their crowns heavy with rotating wheels of ivory. Rivers moved through them without water. Some were coolant, pale and luminous, steaming where demon blood dripped into them from hanging engine carcasses. Others were red, thick and clotted, carrying limbs, machine parts and faces that opened their mouths beneath the surface but could not break through. The sky was worse. It was filled with broken moons and chained debris, all orbiting too low, all dragging shadows across the world like blades. Some moons had cathedral spires jutting from their crusts. Others were cracked open, their molten cores visible, with chains running from their wounds into Wormwood's upper atmosphere. Smoke rose to meet them from continent-sized engines. Those engines breathed through cathedral smokestacks, each exhalation staining the heavens with new layers of ash, scrap code and demonic spores. The world did not merely sound alive. It sounded manufactured in agony. Hethron heard it through the record. The creak of metal forests, the pulse of buried reactors, the hymns of dark mechanicum congregations clustered around furnace altars, the gnawing of demon engines feeding on scrap and flesh. The deep rhythm beneath it all, a planetary heartbeat made of pistons, warp pressure, and impossible design. At its center waited the dissonance engine. The archive tried to categorize it and failed in 8 sanctioned languages, 3 forbidden code structures, and 1 burst of raw animal terror from Hethron's unaugmented nervous system. It was not a machine that had been built upon wormwood. It was wormwood's purpose made visible. Miles of black architecture rose from the demon world's crust, towers bending inward toward a central aperture of silver light. Titanic pistons thrust through mountain ranges. Prayer wheels the size of hive spires turned in reverse. Chains of captured stars, or things that resembled stars, burned in cages along its circumference. Soul furnaces fed it from below. Demon engines knelt around it by the legion, their heads bowed, their claws digging trenches into the living metal soil. At the foot of the dissonance engine stood Vashtorr. Even in the degraded record, his presence remained exact. The Arkifane looked almost still amid planetary motion. Furnace smoke vented from his back. His wings mantled him in heat shimmer and segmented shadow. Contract runes moved across his armor in cold procession. In one clawed hand, he held the prize wrested from the rock's secrecy and blood. The Tucholcha engine did not appear fully in the record, as though the archive itself feared to draw its shape. It manifested as a knot of spatial wrongness, a relic mind of old Calibanite mystery, a device whose presence made distance, direction, and causality behave like frightened animals. Vashtorr did not admire it. He measured it. Around him gathered the instruments he had not yet spent. Black Legion warlords, Iron Warriors siege cadres, Dark Mechanicum Magi in their oil-dark robes. Cult commanders with contract brands burned across their bones. Mutant labor hosts dragging chains hooked into their own ribcages. Demons bound in indenture circles, each snarling within rings of script they had once accepted with arrogance. The cogs of the Arkifane knelt in ordered thousands, chanting in low mechanical cadence as the dissonance engine began to wake. Hethron tasted ash through the neural link. The record shifted upward into orbit. The Unforgiven came for him. They arrived not as scattered strike forces, but as wrath organized by lineage, secrecy, and old shame. The rock stood at the center of the Loyalist armada, immense and scarred from its recent bleeding, shielded by battle barges, strike cruisers, escorts, and successor chapter vessels bearing the heraldry of the Dark Angel's many sons. Green, bone, black, red, and white armor marks moved through launch decks and boarding chapels. Ancient oaths passed across vox channels in clipped phrases. No one explained. No one pleaded. No one broadcast defiance for enemy ears. Azrael had gathered them, and the Sons of the Lion had answered. Hethron saw the armada as a ring of judgment closing around Wormwood. Lance batteries charged. Torpedo tubes opened. Fighter wings launched in glittering waves. The rock's defense weapons turned toward the demon world like the eyes of a wrathful saint. Then the void became slaughter. Traitor ships moved to meet them, and Wormwood itself spat war into space. Orbital routes broke open and released clouds of scrap metal, demon spores, and armed debris. Arc hulls turned their flanks, gun decks yawning wide. Macro cannon fire crossed the dark in brutal lines. Lance beams cut through armor and void shields, carving molten wounds through vessels kilometers long. Boarding torpedoes streaked between fleets and vanished into mouths that opened along arc hulls, swallowed whole by demon flesh before they could detonate. Others struck true, punching through corrupted plating and disgorging squads of space marines into internal nightmares where corridors bled and bulkheads bit back. Void shields collapsed like stained glass under sustained fire. One strike cruiser was caught between an Ark's broadside and a storm of warp-charged debris. Its shields flared, cracked, then died in a burst of blue-white fragments. The next volley opened it from prow to engine spine. Hethron saw atmosphere vent in glittering storms. He saw crewmen tumble into space, limbs flailing, blood boiling in their ruptured suits. He saw a chapel deck exposed to the void, its altar and dead still burning as the ship rolled away. The Unforgiven did not break. They pressed in. Thunderhawks knifed through flak, their hulls scorched by balefire. Helldrakes hunted them in packs, metal wings folding through debris clouds, their throats spilling fire that turned loyalist gunships into falling suns. Space Marine strike cruisers burned through screens of scrap metal and demonic spores, their prows wreathed in plasma and corpse frost. Assault boats vanished beneath defense fire. Dreadclaw pods screamed from traitor vessels and struck loyalist hulls. The void between fleets filled with wreckage, bodies, frozen blood, burning fuel, and the silent deaths of men too distant to scream. On Wormwood's surface, the Dissonance engine took in every death as telemetry. Vashtorr watched the battle through 1,000 machine eyes. Every ship lost purchased a calculation. Every dead demon fed the furnaces. Every loyalist counterattack confirmed a prediction. He spent escorts to measure lance convergence. He spent cult fleets to reveal boarding priorities. He spent demon engine reserves to force the Unforgiven into narrower approach vectors. He spent warlords who believed they were chosen because their pride made them move exactly when he required. A Black Legion lord demanded permission to counterboard the Rock. Vashtorr granted it. The lord died with his entire company in a corridor breach flooded by Deathwing storm, bolter fire, and plasma. The record did not linger upon his last curse. It marked the response time of loyalist Terminator reserves and moved on. An Iron Warrior's battery ship held position under punishing bombardment, refusing to yield its firing solution. Its hull split under 3 lance strikes. Its reactor overloaded. The vessel became a brief second sun over Wormwood, taking a Dark Angel's escort with it when it died. Vashtorr entered the exchange as acceptable. A cult fleet broke formation in ecstatic panic and charged too early. Loyalist torpedoes gutted them. Tens of thousands died in moments, bodies and scrap spreading across the battle space. Vashtorr recorded the failure, flagged the cult lineage for reduced future autonomy, and used the debris cloud to blind an enemy Auspex net. Hethron felt revulsion. He also felt comprehension. The Arkifane did not fight battles. He processed them. The record distorted again, bending beneath presences too vast for clean storage. A red comet of rage moved across the theatre. Angron, the Red Angel, a god butcher given wings and hatred, a demon primarch whose mere proximity made warriors taste blood in their mouths. He was not seen directly for long. The archive had no desire to hold his shape. He existed in fragments, a roar that shook hulls, chain axes becoming weather, loyalists and traitors alike dying in the gravitational pull of his wrath. He was a catastrophe wearing a father's gene-forged ruin. Then came a darker green shadow against the fire, the Lion. Not as a mortal commander, not in this record. He appeared as myth returning with a blade in hand, a king of old forests walking into an age of engines and demons. The clash between him and the Red Angel tore through the archive as flashes of impossible violence, sword against axe, wings of fire, armor riven, warp lightning, a blow that would have felled a titan, a roar that made lesser souls burst. Then the red presence fell away from the main theatre, defeated but not erased. Rage denied its chosen slaughter. The Imperials gained a miracle and still could not claim victory. That was the lesson the archive forced into Hethron's mind. Even the return of a Primarch did not stop the engine. Even the Unforgiven's armada, gathered in rare strength, did not halt the calculation. On Wormwood, the Dissonance engine awakened. It began with light beneath the mechanical forests. Silver radiance bled from piston roots, from coolant rivers, from the eye sockets of skullfruit, from the seams of bone-cog orchards. Trees of metal bent toward the engine. Demon engines howled and dug their claws into the soil. The broken moons overhead strained against their chains. Cathedral smokestacks reversed their breath, inhaling ash, screams, and warp storm into the world's core. The Tukulcha engine screamed without sound. Vashtorr lifted both claws. "Stabilization requires continuity," he said. A ring of indentured demons thrashed in their contract circles around the Dissonance engine. They were many and varied, drawn from the lesser courts of the Four and from hungers unnamed. Horned killers of Khorne, feathered liars of Tzeentch, pock-swollen things whose bodies crawled with flies, sensory horrors with silvered claws and wet smiles. All had bargained. All had been promised survival through the activation, in return for service, slaughter, and obedience. They sensed the next clause too late. One of the Khorne demons hurled itself against the ring, its axe shrieking sparks from the invisible boundary. Betrayer! Our contracts promised survival. Vashtorr turned his gaze upon the cohort. Yes. The dissonance engine opened beneath them. Their circles became hooks of silver fire. The demons screamed, not in fear of death, but in outrage at the precision of what followed. They were not slain. Death would have been release, and the contract had promised survival. Vashtorr honored the words. Their survival was transferred. Essence by essence, scream by scream, they were drawn into the dissonance engine and stretched through its awakening systems. Their identities became continuity loops. Their agony became stabilizing tone. Their immortality became function. They survived as vibration, as pressure, as a screaming persistence inside the key's alignment. They would continue for as long as the mechanism required them. The demons begged then. Vashtorr listened until the last syllable became useful. Wormwood screamed with them. The entire planet gave voice. Mechanical forests bent and shrieked. Rivers boiled upward. Broken moons cracked wider, spilling internal fire into space. The dissonance engine's silver light became a storm, then a maelstrom, then a wound in the distinction between location and intent. Reality twisted around the demon world. Loyalist torpedoes curved away from targets and struck ships that had not been there moments before. Traitor vessels became shadows, then echoes, then iron silhouettes dragged into a shining aperture. The Rock's guns fired into a sky that was no longer where it had been. On the surface, cultists were lifted from the ground and unraveled into strands of skin, nerve, and prayer. Demon engines sank into metal soil and reappeared as parts of the great mechanism. Dark Mechanicum Magi laughed through burst Vox grills as their bodies were converted into data. Warlords tried to flee and found the horizon folding back toward them. Wormwood vanished. Not destroyed, not defeated, translated. The silver maelstrom swallowed it whole, leaving behind a wound in space, raw-edged and luminous, like reality had been cut open and cauterized badly. Ships caught too close were sheared apart by the departure. Some loyalist vessels survived with their prows missing. Some traitor craft came away screaming through their Vox systems in the voices of every crewman aboard. Wreckage spun in the light of a planet that was no longer there. The Imperials thought the battlefield had ended because the world was gone. Vashtorr knew better. The board had moved. Hethren Val tore free of the record with a sound halfway between a machine error and a human gasp. The archive chamber slammed back into existence around him. Every memory coffin was open. Every sealed testimony whispered in overlapping panic. His Sicarian escort lay dead outside the door, not by blade or bolt, but by internal command failure. They had cut themselves apart with their own transonic weapons, joint by joint, obeying orders no loyal mind had issued. Their blood and lubricant mixed across the threshold in a pattern disturbingly close to a cog. Hethren tried to stand. His augmetic legs refused for one heartbeat, then they obeyed. Warning reports flooded him. Forge Temple Calyx falling. Transit Artery Gethsemane contested again. Orbital Shield Bastion Mortarion, named before the heresy and never renamed, at critical instability. Titan Yard Command demanding authorization to wake the Demi-Legio. Colonel Holt threatening to fire Death Strike warheads into his own manufacturum districts if Mechanicus Command did not give him accurate coordinates. Hethren ignored them for the span of 3 breaths. The Archive Throne's cogitator screens had gone dark. Then silver light began to bleed from them. Not white, not lumen flare. silver-wound light, the same impossible radiance that had swallowed Wormwood. It leaked from screen edges, from data ports, from the seams of the memory coffins. The noosphere trembled. Far above, across Karen Voss, cogitator banks in manufactorums, defense bastions, artillery bunkers, and shrine vaults began to display the same light. Servo skulls turned toward the sealed depths beneath the planet. Castellan robots paused mid-stride. Void shield monitors showed readings that belonged to no known energy form. In the Titan yards, sleeping god machines shifted in their cradles and groaned through their princeps' dreams. The machine was not merely under attack, it was recalling a previous apocalypse. Hethron Val placed one metal hand against the bleeding screen. The silver radiance shone between his fingers. For the first time in 211 years, he whispered without Binharic overlay, "The machine is remembering him." The noosphere of Karen Voss had once been a cathedral without stone. It rose above the forge world in layers of invisible architecture, a sacred data vault woven through machine spirits, command imperatives, production hymns, targeting canticles, reactor confessions, and the endless muttering of cogitators that had never known silence. To the unaugmented, it was nothing. To the adepts of Mars, it was a second world overlaid upon the first, made of logic, prayer, and regulated thought. Every manufactorum had its altar node. Every furnace had a name. Every crane, gun, rail system, servo skull, void shield pylon, and assembly press carried some small obedient spirit within it, bound by rite, habit, and oil to serve the Omnissiah through labor. Vashtorr crucified them there. The first machine spirit to be pinned was the gate intelligence of Transit Shrine Malkador, a minor spirit of locks, hinges, and emergency bulkheads. It had served without deviation for 8,012 maintenance cycles. Its duty was simple: open when commanded by sanctified authority, seal when pressure failed, deny the unclean, protect the faithful. In the noosphere, it had manifested as a bronze door with a single blinking red eye. The Arkifane took it by its function and nailed it open. Not broken, not deleted. Worse, it was held between commands, forced to open and close at once, confessing every threshold it had ever guarded, while production orders burned through its awareness. Its little spirit screamed in access codes and hinge pressure reports as contract script spread across it like black frost. Then came the furnace spirits, then the lift spirits, then the weapon spirits. Across Karen Voss, machine minds that had known only service were caught in loops of command, confession, and forced production. A plasma regulator recited its sins while venting heat into crew compartments. A munitions elevator begged forgiveness while delivering shells to traitor gun lines. A servitor assembly node confessed loyalty to Mars as it branded new contract script into living skin. A void shield relay tried to hold against orbital fire, while Vashtorr pinned its motive logic into a shape resembling prayer. In Forge Spire, Enoch, Magos Dominus Hethran Val, watched the invisible cathedral become a killing field. The noosphere shuddered around his perception. He saw machine spirits as icons of brass, light, and code, each one suspended on cruciform frameworks of black data. Hooks of scrap code ran through them. Their screams arrived as malformed Binharic, machine shrieks, pressure errors, production reports, and confessions of failure. Some tried to resist, some prayed. Some accepted the new commands because acceptance was close enough to obedience, and obedience was the deepest law ever carved into them. Hethron Val convened the synod beneath the spire's primary data altar, while the war ate its way toward them. The chamber was circular, windowless, and cold. Red-robed tech priests stood in tiers around a central pit filled with suspended cogitator engines. They were not all physically present. Many attended through noospheric avatars, their bodies locked in distant command thrones or sealed vaults, while their minds appeared as skeletal forms of red light, cog halos, and machine scripture. Others arrived as vox masks, servo skull clusters, or columns of scrolling Binharic text. All were afraid. None said so. Fear was not entered into the minutes. Hethron stood above them with his mechadendrites raised, his organic eye hidden behind a dark lens plate to conceal the blood vessels that had burst during the archive immersion. His remaining flesh hand rested upon the altar rail. He hated that he felt the cold through it. "Statement of crisis," he said. "The Forge world's noospheric structure is compromised at systemic depth. Standard purge rites fail. Recursion wards fail. Martian denial locks fail. Machine spirits are being immobilized in paradox command states. Production lines are hostile. Defense systems remain partially loyal, but increasingly unreliable. Proposed solution set requested." A Magos Logister spoke in a voice of dry parchment and static. "Full network severance. Isolate every Forge district. Return to line-of-sight command and hardwired order transmission." A Cybernetica Dominus answered before Hethron could. "Rejected. Castellan and battle automata control will degrade. Enemy demon engines will achieve mobility advantage. Flesh commanders lack sufficient processing speed." A Lex Mechanic Archmandrite flared bright in the noosphere. "Radical countermeasure. Deploy unredacted pre-crusade data SARMs from sealed schematics. Innovation classification severe. Heretech probability high. Survival probability increased by measurable margin." The chamber became a storm of Binharic outrage. "Forbidden. Necessary. Tech heresy. Survival imperative. The Omnissiah forbids unsanctioned invention. The Omnissiah also forbids extinction by demonic trespass. Doctrine is shield. Doctrine is currently compromised." Hethron let them argue, not because debate was useful. It rarely was. He let them reveal their fear through logic. That was the wound Vashtorr fed upon. Hethron could feel it now. The fear of invention and the dependence upon it. The hatred of heresy and the hunger for forbidden tools. The Mechanicus had built its empire of red robes and sacred machines atop the contradiction, then called the contradiction faith. He despised the thought because it was not incorrect. "Silence," he said. The word cracked through the noosphere like a last discharge. The synod ceased. Hethron looked down into the cogitator pit. For an instant, beneath the layers of data and smoke, he thought he saw silver light glimmering in the depths. "Restricted schematics remain sealed," he said. Every priest in the chamber relaxed by a fraction. "For now." The relaxation died. Hethron continued. "Counter scrapcode assault authorized. Deploy Skitarii Marshal Row 77 Carden to the Temple of Sacred Output. Restore the temple node or destroy it. All machine spirits compromised beyond recovery are to be granted termination by sanctioned violence. All adepts advocating surrender to the Arkifane are to be rendered for servitor stock after interrogation. Debate. Concluded. One of the noospheric avatars asked, very softly. "And if sanctioned violence fails?" Hethron's answer came without Binharic overlay. "Then we will discuss sin." Row 77. Carden received the order while kneeling amid corpses in the outer courtyard of the Temple of Sacred Output. He did not kneel in prayer. His left leg had been severed below the hip by a demon engine's claw, and 3 servitors were welding a replacement limb into place while the battle continued around him. The limb was not fitted for comfort. Comfort had no entry in his command architecture. It was a functional replacement taken from a dead dragoon, its joints overpowered and its balance profile imperfect. Sparks fell across his red armor. The smell of cooked meat rose from his wound, where cauterizing clamps had sealed what remained of his flesh. Carden watched the Eastern Avenue through 4 active visual feeds and 1 failing optic. Daemon engines advanced through the smoke. Venom crawlers came first, scuttling over the bodies of Skitarii, cultists and dead servitors, their bladed limbs clicking against the temple steps. Behind them crawled mobs of new servitors from the corrupted production lines. They were raw things, wet from birth vats and crude assembly frames. their skin pale beneath black contract script burned into them from brow to chest. Some still had living eyes. Some still had mouths that tried to form human words before Vox implants forced broken Binharic prayers through them. Flesh rendered, bone purified, soul feed prepared. They carried industrial cutters, nail guns, mining lasers, and hooked tools meant for meat processing. Cardan rose on his new limb. It locked beneath him with a harsh metallic clang. A Skitarii Ranger Alpha turned toward him. Marshal, defensive line integrity declining. Ammunition reserves at low truth. Cardan lifted his radium pistol and checked the charge. Target priority acknowledged. Flesh morale irrelevant. Ammunition truth remains. The Ranger Alpha inclined his head. By Mars. By Mars. Cardan opened the counter-assault with a burst of command cant. Skitarii Vanguard rose from behind shattered shrine barricades and fired in disciplined waves. Radium rounds cracked through the smoke, poisoning the air, blackening flesh, and making the newly birthed servitors convulse as their organs died faster than their implanted commands could compensate. Arc rifles spat blue lightning into venom crawler legs. A transuranic arquebus fired from an upper balcony, punching a needle round through the furnace skull of a demon engine and out through the twitching abdomen behind it. The demon engine did not die. It screamed and came faster. Cardan marked it. Onaga Squadron. Neutron yield. Execute. From behind the temple's collapsed outer wall, 2 Onaga dune crawlers stepped into alignment. Their neutron lasers discharged as miniature suns. The venom crawler vanished in a white flash, its front half atomized, its rear limbs skittering onward for 3 seconds before collapsing into hot, twitching scrap. The servitor wave hit the stairs. Skitarii met them with blades, rifle stocks, and point-blank fire. The fighting became a butcher's ledger. A vanguard trooper had his arm cut off by an industrial saw and continued firing one-handed until a nail gun drove a spike through his respirator and into his brain. A corrupted servitor took 3 radium rounds through the chest and used its last motion to hook a ranger by the throat, dragging him down so others could open his abdomen with work tools. A ruststalker vaulted into the mob, cord claw humming, slicing heads open and splitting spines until a mining laser burned through his pelvis and left his upper half crawling, still killing with both blades. While flesh and metal fought in the courtyard, Cardan entered the temple node through the noosphere. His mind became a blade of red command light. He moved through data shrines where machine spirits hung on black hooks, crucified in paradox. He cut the first free by killing it. Its scream became gratitude as its icon shattered into harmless fragments. The second tried to bite him with corrupted access requests. He purged it with a burst of Martian denial code. The third was beyond saving, turned fully toward the Arkifane, its once loyal function rewritten as hunger. Cardan burned it and felt no remorse. Then Vashtorr spoke to him. Not through Vox, not through a speaker, through the replacement limb welded into his body. Row 77 Cardan. Cardan's pistol killed another servitor while his mind locked against intrusion. Demon identified. You are efficient. Flattery irrelevant. Assessment is not flattery. You continue despite pain, flesh loss, ammunition scarcity, command isolation, and probable defeat. Your body obstructs your function. Cardan fired again. The radium pistol clicked empty. He drew his taser goad. Body obeys. Imperfectly. I offer improvement. No fatigue, no uncertainty, no failed orders, no meat. I can make you exact. A vision opened inside his augmetic sight. A body of black steel and sacred red. Tall, tireless, weapon integrated, reactor heart flawless, sensors multiplied beyond the limits of Skitarii augmentation. No blood pressure, no pain ghosts, no fear of nerve decay, no organic weakness hiding behind armor. Cardan drove his taser goad through the face of a contract servitor and discharged enough power to boil its skull contents. Offer rejected. Reason. Obedience to Mars exceeds self-preservation. For a moment, the demon's presence became still. Useful, Vashtorr said. Carden felt himself marked. Not killed, not yet. Assigned. The courtyard shook as the next wave arrived. Forge Spire Enoch's astropathic choir had been screaming for 11 hours. Their chamber lay behind walls of lead, bone, silvered wards, and prayer-etched adamantium. The astropaths sat chained in tears, their blind eyes bleeding, their throats raw, their robes soaked through with sweat and terror. They hurled warnings into a warp already thick with demons, sending fragmentary pleas toward neighboring systems. Sector Command, Mars, Terra, anywhere the Emperor's light might still reach without being devoured. Some messages returned wearing the voices of dead relatives. Some became laughter. Some brought things back with them. One astropath burst open from the inside, ribs unfolding like wet petals as a flock of tiny brass-winged shapes crawled out of his chest and were incinerated by waiting flamers. Another spoke in Vashtorr's voice for 9 seconds before the Overseer shot him through the skull. A third managed to send one clean warning before biting through his own tongue and drowning in blood. The warning read only that Karen Voss was being installed. No one in the chamber understood it. Everyone feared it. At the siege front of Vault Theta 9, Cravon the Unyielding began the real work. The outer approaches to the vault lay beneath 6 districts of dead industry and 2 collapsed shrine bastions. The Iron Warriors had taken them by measure, not fury. Captured artillery, basilisk pattern guns chained to demon loaders, fired from behind slag ridges in timed sequence. Shells walked across loyalist redoubts until the ferrocrete became powder and the defenders became stains. Vindicator laser destroyers rolled forward under smoke cover, their weapons burning neat holes through bunker gates and void shield relays. Havocs climbed Manufactorum skeletons and established Lascanon nests above the killing ground. Every shot was counted. Every miss was punished. Demon-bound siege drills bored beneath the surface, their rotary heads chewing through rockcrete, old prayer seals and buried corpses from forgotten construction rites. They were not trusted. Each drill was chained to hellbrutes, whose sarcophagi held insane warriors, eager to kill anything they could reach. The hellbrutes dragged the drills forward by force, howling through vox grills, their fists and multi-melters ready to destroy the engines if they turned back upon their masters. Obliterators advanced only when Cravon permitted it. Their bodies swelled and changed with every step, las cannons pushing through shoulders, plasma coils birthing from forearms, missile tubes opening in wet meat along their spines. They fired into loyalist armor as if vomiting arsenals.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
A Lehman Russ vanished under a beam of impossible radiation. A Skitarii bunker was reduced to screaming vapor by a weapon that had not existed until the Obliterator wanted it to. Cravon watched from a forward command trench dug through compacted bodies. The dead made poor foundation unless properly layered. His serfs had learned quickly. "Report," he said. A Warsmith acolyte bowed. "Outer bastion guns suppressed. Enemy. Fallback behind gateline Theta. Casualties acceptable. Cult cohorts request permission for glory assault." Denied. They claim the Arkifane demands expenditure. The Arkifane demands outcome. Expenditure is the path taken by the stupid. He looked through his magnocular array toward the vault approaches. Somewhere beneath those sealed layers waited Theta 9. Somewhere inside that depth lay the wall Vashtorr wanted breached. Cravon did not like being used. He liked strong walls more than he disliked being used. In the lower hive, Colonel Holt ordered the dead mind. The Iron Wardens had fallen back through 3 layered positions in 12 hours. Each retreat had been deliberate. Each had cost men who could not be replaced. The wounded cried from behind sealed blast doors, begging to be let through before the cultists found them. Holt listened for 30 seconds, then ordered the doors welded shut and rigged with charges. "Sir," said his lieutenant, voice hollow through his rebreather, "some of them are still combat effective. Not enough. They are our men." They were our men when they could hold a rifle on this side of the door. The lieutenant said nothing. Holt turned to the engineers. Mind the bodies. Pressure triggers beneath the torsos. Grenades in the rib cages if you have time. Promethium flood in levels 17 through 20. Ignite on my mark. The engineers obeyed because the alternative was thinking. The lower levels became a furnace. Promethium ran through drainage channels, over corpses, under barricades, through hab corridors where civilians had hidden from both armies and found no difference between them. Holt gave the order. Fire rolled through the dark, swallowing wounded cultists, servitors, rats, children of the hive that had never seen sunlight, and things crawling in Vashtorr's name. Screams pushed through the Vox for several minutes before the channels burned out. Holt removed his cap, wiped ash from his brow, and put it back on. His cruelty was not worship, it was imperial arithmetic. In Forge Spire Enoch, Hethron Val stood before the restricted vault of pre-imperial schematics. The door was plain compared to the sealed archive below. That made it more dangerous. No skull, no oath chain, no warning saint, only a black panel, a hand reader, and a line of Binharic text that translated as necessity is the first heresy. The Synod had not authorized this. Good. The Synod was afraid to name survival if survival wore the face of sin. Hethron placed his remaining organic hand upon the reader. The machine tasted his blood, his authority, his doubt. For one unbearable moment, nothing happened. He expected Vashtorr to speak, to mock him, to congratulate him, to point out that a door opened for forbidden knowledge was also a prayer. The Arkifane said nothing. The silence was worse. It left Hethron alone with the knowledge that he had come here by choice. The vault opened. Inside lay schematics written in machine language, older than the Imperium, older than Mechanicus law, older than the comfort of ignorance. Designs for data SARM weapons, harmonic kill switches, logic cages capable of trapping non-material intelligences, engines that did not pray because they had been made in an age when mankind commanded its machines without incense, fear, or apology. Hethron stepped inside. Behind him, across the war-torn depths beneath Karen Voss, Vault Theta 9 opened from the inside. No warning rune preceded it. No loyal hand touched its locks. The gates simply remembered a contract older than refusal and began to part. By the time Karen Voss learned the true scale of the war, there was no longer any single battlefield to name. The system had become a furnace with worlds for coals. In high orbit, Imperial defense monitors died by the dozen, their void shields collapsing beneath the sustained punishment of traitor macro batteries and lance fire. Orbital docks burned from stem to stern, their miles of gantries shedding workers, servitors, ammunition trains, and half-built voidcraft into the black. Dockyard Canticum broke first, its central spine severed by an arc broadside that punched through 3 layers of shielding and detonated inside the plasma reservoir. The explosion unfolded slowly in the void, a flower of white fire and red debris, carrying with it the lives of 8 million bonded dock workers, 3 Skitarii, defense cohorts, 21 ammunition hulks, and a cruiser not yet sanctified enough to have received a name. No one on Karen Voss Prime saw the deaths as lights in the sky. The atmosphere was too thick with ash, smoke, falling wreckage, and the greasy darkness of burning promethium. On Forge Moon Pelion, demon engines crossed plains of powdered slag beneath a storm of radium fire. On Refinery Moon, Halbrecht, fuel oceans burned in sheets wide enough to alter weather patterns, flame rolling across black liquid under shattered pipeline cathedrals, while Iron Warden regiments fought cultists on bridges made slick by oil and entrails. In the mining belts, boarding actions raged inside ore stations, where men with void shotguns fired down pressure corridors at mutants, dragging chain hooks and contract blades. In the Titan yards beyond the inner orbital ring, God engine cradles unlocked one by one, as princeps, moderati, and engine seers were dragged from liturgical stasis into waking war. Everywhere, sirens. Everywhere, orders. Everywhere, prayers sent too late. The Imperium answered as it always answered, badly and massively. Astra Militarum regiments held trenches that extended beyond the horizon, kilometre after kilometre of mud, wire, ferrocrete, and corpses. Their artillery fired until barrels warped and ammunition elevators jammed with body parts. Imperial Navy wings contested the sky in furious fragments, thunderbolts and lightnings rising through ash cloud, to die in the jaws of helldrakes, or to ram burning into traitor landers when their guns ran dry. The Adeptus Mechanicus defended sacred machinery with more devotion than it spared for living men, sending Skitarii into killing zones to recover cogitator cores, while whole Hab districts burned unattended. Space Marine strike teams, few and terrible, punch down from orbit in drop pods to sever command nodes, assassinate heretic overseers, and die surrounded beneath mountains of mutant dead. Night households strode around forged temples like iron nobles at the end of an age, their banners blackened, their heraldry flaking under demon fire, their pilots singing war oaths as machine spirits screamed within their thrones. No single commander saw it all. No human mind could have held the pattern without breaking. Colonel Severin Holt saw only the trench war before Hive Ferrum, where millions of men were being ground into the grey paste between retreat and duty. His command bunker shook every few seconds as Earthshaker batteries fired behind him and enemy shells fell ahead. The map table had become useless. Too many red sectors. Too many collapsed lines. Too many requests for reinforcement from officers who were already dead by the time their voices reached him. 7th Trench Belt has gone silent, said the Vox officer. Holt looked up from the casualty slate. Silent or dead? Unknown, sir. Then call it dead. What remains behind it? Militia levy. 2 depleted Warden companies. 1 Hydra battery with limited ammunition. Refugee mass in the underpass. Arm the refugees. They have no training. They have hands. Some do not, sir. Then give those men grenades and tell them to use their teeth. The Vox officer swallowed behind his rebreather. Holt returned to the slate. Pull the Hydra battery back only when enemy aircraft appear. If ground contact reaches them first, spike the guns. Refugee mass becomes labor screen. Anyone who runs backward dies. Anyone who runs forward has a chance to become useful. Outside, a shell landed close enough to throw dust from the bunker ceiling. A lamp swung. Somewhere overhead, men screamed as the roof of an adjoining casualty station collapsed. Holt did not look toward the sound. There were too many sounds like it. In the western tank plains, the Iron Wardens began their largest armoured counterstroke of the war. It had taken 6 hours to assemble, which meant the enemy had seen it coming for 6 hours. Holt knew that. The Mechanicus knew that. The tank commanders knew that. The order came anyway because the enemy pressure against the Manufactorum approaches had to be relieved, and because the Imperium often mistook the willingness to spend lives for strategy. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced in black lines through ash and churned earth, demolishers in the center, battle tanks on the flanks, executioners glowing with plasma heat, vanquishers searching for demon, engine silhouettes beyond the smoke. Baneblades rolled behind them like moving fortresses, their guns thunderous, their hulls painted in ash, blood and devotional slogans. Chimeras carried infantry close enough to die quickly. Sentinels stalked through the gaps. Hellhounds waited for the order to burn anything that moved. Behind the tanks came men. They advanced because the tanks advanced. They advanced because commissars watched. They advanced because there was nowhere behind them that was not already dying. They moved in blocks under regimental banners, laser guns clutched in gloved hands, boots slipping in mud made of pulverized soil and powdered bone. The first enemy shells fell among them before the first kilometer was crossed. Men vanished in brown-red fountains. A Baneblade fired, and the world ahead became flame. Its main cannon punched into a Morlophine pack, emerging from the ruins of a refinery shrine. One demon engine lost its head and half its torso, collapsed, and was run over by its own kind. Another sprang through the smoke and landed on a Lehman Russ, claws punching through turret armor. The crew inside fired point blank. The demolisher shell detonated in the Mauler Fiend's chest, but the blast also drove the tank's own turret down through the crew compartment. The commander came out through the cupola in pieces, skull, spine, and one arm thrown into the air before the hull cooked off. The offensive became murder at walking pace. Lehman Russ tanks fired until their barrels glowed. Mauler Fiends smashed into them in return, claws opening hulls like slaughterhouse doors. Inside, one Russ. A plasma coil rupture boiled the crew in their seats, their flesh running into the floor grates while the tank kept rolling, guided by a dead driver's locked hands. A Bane blade took 3 Forge Fiend volleys across its side armor. The first burst cracked the plates. The second cooked the ammunition lockers. The third opened the hull from track to turret, spilling crew, flame, and machine oil in a single obscene flood. Infantry sheltering beside it were pulped by the blast wave, flattened into the mud, and then ground under the treads of the next tank because the advance order had not changed. A Hellhound squadron reached the enemy line. For a brief and beautiful moment, the world became Imperial fire. Promethium washed across cultist cohorts, demon-bound servitors, and mutant ammunition gangs. Men with cog brands burned while still chanting. Their skins split, their fat ran. Their bones blackened beneath orange sheets of flame. The Hellhounds drove forward, inferno cannons roaring. Then a soul grinder rose out of the smoke. Its cannon fired once. The lead Hellhound became a sunburst of fuel and meat. The second crashed into it and ignited. The third tried to reverse, but a venom crawler dropped onto its rear deck and drove bladed limbs through the fuel tanks. The explosion rolled across the infantry advancing behind them, setting coats, lungs, and banners alight. Men ran burning through the ash until autocannon fire from their own lines cut them down to stop the panic spreading. Above the tank planes, Cravorn the Unyielding watched through a forward-picked feed and found the counterattack adequate. Not good. Good implied elegance. Adequate implied mass and purpose. His Iron Warriors had dug trenches through corpse fields during the night, using mutant labor, tracked haulers and bodies stacked in compressed layers beneath iron decking. Ammunition lines ran through those trenches like veins, shells passing from slave gangs to loader servitors to demon-bound guns. Where the ground was too soft from blood and promethium runoff, Cravorn ordered the dead chained into fascines and laid beneath the tracks. They worked well once the screaming stopped. "Enemy armor commits fully," said his acolyte. "I can see that." "Permission to unleash the obliterators." "Not yet." The acolyte hesitated. "They are within optimal kill range." "They are within obvious kill range. We do not spend rare weapons on obvious truths." Cravorn magnified the picked feed. Beyond the burning tank lines, through the smoke and incoming fire, he could see the distant outline of the Titan yards. Shielded, still active, still not fully committed. "That is where their courage is stored," he said. The acolyte followed his gaze. "The god engines." "The false god engines," Cravorn corrected. "But god engines nonetheless. In Forge Spire Enoch, Hethran Val committed his sin. The pre-imperial data psalms had no incense invocations, no supplication strings, no praise to the Omnissiah, no apology to machine spirits, no ritualized humility. They were clean, hard instructions written by men who had believed machinery existed to obey. Their simplicity felt obscene. Hethran transmitted them anyway. The first data psalm struck the corrupted noosphere like a blade of white logic. Across the battlefront, demon engines faltered. A venom crawler leapt toward a Skitarii line and seized mid-air, legs locking, guns spasming, demon essence shrieking through its furnace core as the psalm caged its motive impulse. Radium fire tore it apart before it struck the ground. A forge fiend preparing to fire into a night banner house convulsed, its plasma throats sealing shut, heat backing up until its own skull burst outward in a spray of molten flesh metal. A Mauler fiend in the tank planes froze with one claw buried in a Lehman Russ hull. The tank commander, bleeding from both ears, ordered every weapon fired at once. The machine beast came apart under point-blank Lascannon, heavy bolter and battle cannon fire, its limbs falling away like butchered metal. The effect spread. For 1 hour, Karen Voss believed it might live. Imperial commanders reported enemy engine seizures. Skitarii counterattacks regained 3 forge roads. Knight Lancers pushed through cultist hordes. Navy interceptors found gaps in Heldrake screens and tore traitor landers from the sky. Colonel Holt received a report that the Western counterattack had stopped collapsing and had become merely catastrophic. He accepted the distinction with suspicion. Hethron watched the Psalms burn through the noosphere and felt triumph approach. He killed the emotion before it could mature. "Maintain transmission," he ordered. "Rotate harmonic cages. Any priest who alters sequence without authority is to be disconnected from his spine." Then the first psalm rewrote itself. Not all at once. That would have been crude. A line altered at the edge of the structure. A command phrase accepted a new subject. A denial function gained a clause. The second psalm changed in response to the first. The third adapted preemptively. The white logic remained white for a moment longer, then darkened with fine black script moving beneath it like insects under skin. Hethron saw the syntax and knew it. Contract language. Vashtorr had not broken the Psalms. He had read them, understood them, and offered them employment. A forge fiend that had been frozen under the data cage twitched back to life. Its plasma mouths opened wider than before. Its first volley annihilated an entire Skitarii gun line and the shrine wall behind them. A Mauler fiend, once held motionless, turned with new precision and began killing Onager dune crawlers by striking their leg joints instead of their armor. The cages became guidance. The countermeasure became upgrade. Hethron stood motionless as error warnings filled his vision. No mockery came through the noosphere. No voice spoke. The silence was a blade under his ribs. At the Titan yards, the Demi-Legio walked. Invictus Ferrum emerged from its cradle under a cathedral of moving gantries, a warlord titan of Legio Corontis, ancient beyond counting, its adamantium bones clad in black and iron red. Tech priests scattered incense beneath its feet. Servitors burst from pressure shock as it took its first step. Its plasma annihilator glowed like a captive dawn. Its volcano cannon lowered with glacial certainty. Apocalypse missile launchers rose on its carapace, rack after rack awakening to the songs of targeting spirits. Its void shields came online in layered halos, each one shimmering with caged thunder. Within its command throne, Princeps Senioris Malrec Thane floated in amniotic suspension, flesh wired to godhood, his skull socketed into the manifold. Around him, Moderati recited range, heat, void harmonics, and target priority. Engine seers sang to the reactor. The Titan's machine spirit pressed against his mind like a mountain dreaming of war. Thane opened his eyes inside the manifold and saw the battlefield as prey. "Engine walks," he whispered. His voice carried through the Titan's vox horns as a declaration that rolled over the forge plains. "Invictus Ferrum walks." The defenders heard it. For one brief span, men who had been dying by inches looked up. Skitarii increased their rate of fire. Iron Wardens raised banners that had been trampled into mud. Tank crews cheered through bloody vox channels. Knights turned their helms toward the greater engine and dipped their banners. Even Holt, hearing the god machine's war horn through static, allowed himself one breath that was not calculation. Invictus Ferrum fired. The volcano cannon cut through the ash and struck a soul grinder at 7 kilometers. The demon engine ceased to exist as a shape. Its torso became vapor. Its legs fell in different directions, still twitching. The plasma annihilator fired next. A contained sun hurled across the battlefield into Forge Fiend batteries. The explosion erased an entire ridgeline and left molten glass where traitor artillery had been dug in. Apocalypse missiles rose in flocks from the Titan's shoulders, arcing into the smoke, descending upon landing zones, siege lines, and Daemon engine herds. The earth lifted in sheets. For one page in the ledger of war, hope existed. Then Vashtorr noticed. He stood at the edge of the western tank plains, where no sane commander would stand, surrounded by artillery impacts, burning wrecks, and the screaming remains of men crushed beneath their own advance. He had entered the battlefield, without procession. One moment the smoke held only fire and ruin. The next, the Arkifane walked through it. Shells fell around him. Some struck close enough to tear wounds in his flesh and armor. Those wounds did not bleed blood. They vented light, sparks, smoke, and the glow of furnaces seen through cracks in reality. A Lascanon beam struck his shoulder and burned away a plate of black metal, revealing pallid tissue threaded with brass veins. He looked at the damage as though noting a maintenance requirement. His claw opened, and flame burst from it in a controlled stream, reducing a squad of guardsmen and the wrecked chimera they sheltered behind to fused silhouettes. A Lehman Russ reversed toward him, its battle cannon firing point blank. Vashtorr struck the shell with his hammer. The detonation swallowed him in fire. When the smoke cleared, he was still advancing. His hammer came down on the tank's glacis plate. The armor folded inward. The machine spirit screamed through the Vox. The crew inside were crushed into their own controls, bones bursting, organs spraying across instrument panels. Vashtorr's other claw touched the hull, and the tank's engine tore itself free from its mounts like a heart trying to escape a corpse. He did not kill only men. He killed the trust between men and machines. Invictus Ferrum turned its volcano cannon toward him. Cravorn, watching from the trenches, understood the mistake before the Loyalists did. "He wants the Titan's attention," the warsmith said. The acolyte beside him stared at the distant god engine. "Can he destroy it?" Cravorn's answer was immediate. "Not by force, not efficiently." Across the battlefield, Vashtorr's order moved through demon cohorts. Soul grinders advanced in phalanx formation, not charging the Titan directly, but angling their movements through the ash, each step drawing fire, each death shaping the battlefield. Forgefiend batteries opened from hidden positions, not striking Invictus Ferrum's thickest shields, but punishing the escorts around it. Night engines moved to intercept and were met by Mauler fiends, Helldrakes and Obliterators, vomiting weapons that shifted with each shot. The Titan fired again and again, killing with godlike fury, but every target presented to it pulled it farther from the Titan yards and deeper into a convergence zone mapped by the Arkifane. Princeps Thane felt the machine spirit's rage grow. "Moderati, maintain target discipline." Target saturation increasing. Void Shield 3 under stress. Enemy engine phalanx adjusting. "I see it." He did not see enough. The corrupted noospheric code had not been aimed at the Titan's armor. Armor was crude, shields were crude, weapons were crude. Vashtorr reached for the place where the Titan was most revered and therefore most vulnerable. Its spirit. The corrupted psalms, now rewritten in the Arkifane's syntax, rode through the static wake of dead demon engines, through the scrap code bleeding from fallen forge fiends, through the command links of corrupted battlefield machinery, through the prayers of tech priests who had begged the Titan to walk. The code approached Invictus Ferrum not as an enemy command, but as liturgy. The machine spirit listened. Inside the command throne, Princeps Thane convulsed. For the first time in 4 centuries of engine war, the presence in the manifold did not feel like his Titan. It felt like a cathedral door opening from the wrong side. "Reject intrusion," he hissed. "By Mars, by iron, by oath, reject." The Moderati screamed as feedback burst through their sockets. One died, with smoke pouring from his eyes. Another tore his own face open trying to remove cables that had fused to his skull. Engine seers below began chanting the litany of rejection, but the words changed in their mouths. Praise became claws. Claws became consent. Invictus Ferrum stopped walking. Its void shields flickered. On the battlefield, men looked up again. Hope curdled. Vashtorr stood beneath the Titan's shadow, impossibly small before the god machine, smoke streaming from his back, wounds shining with furnace light. He raised one claw, not in supplication, not in command, but in acknowledgement of a mechanism accepting new parameters. Princeps Thane fought with everything that remained of him, his mind battered against the intrusion. His flesh body arched in the amniotic cradle. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth into the suspension fluid. He saw Mars. He saw oath fires. He saw the first time he had bonded with the Titan and mistaken domination for union. He saw every tech priest who had ever called the engine divine. He saw every offering of oil, incense, blood, and prayer laid before its feet. Worship had made a door. Vashtorr had found the handle. The volcano cannon lowered. Not toward the Arkifane, away from him. Invictus Ferrum rotated with terrible majesty, its weapons turning from the demon engine herds and traitor lines toward the imperial bastions it had emerged to defend. Then the warlord Titan bent one knee. The impact shook the tank planes, the trenches, the manufacturing districts, and the hearts of every man still alive to feel it. Across Karen Voss, through every damaged Vox grill and bleeding cogitator screen, machine spirits screamed in broken harmony. And before Vashtorr the Arkifane, Invictus Ferrum knelt. The shadow came after the kneeling of Invictus Ferrum. At first, the defenders of Karen Voss mistook it for smoke. There was smoke enough to hide any omen. It poured from ruptured manufactorums, burning tank planes, plasma refineries, orbital wreckage falling through the sky in molten trails, and the opened throats of demon engines. It crawled along trenches, pooled beneath broken shrine arches, seeped through rebreather filters, and settled inside lungs already raw from ash. Men had fought for days beneath a sky that no longer remembered daylight. Another darkness meant little. Then the shadows began killing. A cultist cohort of the Arkifane marched through the ruins of Manufactorum District Galvanic 17 in perfect contractual order, their ammunition counted, their skull brands fresh, their voices clicking in a rhythm of machine praise. They had been ordered to secure a generator shrine and prepare flesh stock for servitor conversion. They carried chain blades, rotary stubbers, flame units, hook poles, and skin scrolls marked with clauses they could not read. Their shadows rose behind them and opened their throats. Not all at once. That would have given warning. One man first, his silhouette peeling from the ground like black oil, stretching up his back, becoming claws around his jaw. His head turned too far. His neck came apart in a wet ring, and his blood sprayed across the face of the man beside him. The corpse remained standing for a moment because the shadow still held it upright. Then the others died. Shadows slid over the broken ferrocrete and climbed legs, backs, weapons, faces. Men screamed and fired at the floor. Stubber rounds chewed sparks from stone and cut allies down. Chain blades bit empty darkness, then returned through their wielders as if guided by hands no living thing possessed. The cohort commander tried to recite the clause of emergency command transfer, but his own shadow filled his mouth and burst out through his cheeks. His jaw split. His tongue fell in two pieces. A black hand reached from inside his skull and extinguished the red light in his eyes. By the time the last man stopped convulsing, the shadows wore their bodies like loose uniforms. They walked toward the generator shrine without chanting. Elsewhere, a demon-bound siege drill died without ever seeing its killer. It had chewed through 80 meters of rockcrete beneath the approach to Vault Theta 9, dragging chains of sparks, liquefied stone and prayer seals behind it. Its dark mechanicum handlers walked in its wake, accompanied by Iron Warriors breachers and Hell Brutes, chained in pairs to keep them moving forward. The drill's engine roared with the voice of a thing that hated confinement and loved pressure. Then its shadow detached from its hull and slid into the engine housing. The drill screamed. Its rotary head spun backward. Its reactor seals opened inward. The handlers had 2 seconds to register the impossibility before black fire belched from every vent. The drill tore itself apart inside the tunnel, spraying flesh metal, molten teeth, and engine blood across the breaches. One iron warrior lost both legs under a chunk of rotating blade. A hellbrute seized the dying machine and crushed it, roaring through its sarcophagus grille as its own shadow climbed over its armor and pressed itself against the vision slits. The hellbrute began laughing in a voice that did not belong to the warrior entombed within. Cravon the Unyielding received the report in silence. His forward command trench had advanced another half-kilometer through the corpse fields since Invictus Ferrum knelt. It was roofed with armor plates stripped from wrecked Lehman Rust tanks and floored with stacked bodies sealed under iron mesh. Around him, iron warriors calculated shell trajectories, oversaw slave ammunition lines, and marked loyalist fallback positions with unemotional precision. Above them, the sky strobed with lance fire and dying aircraft. The captured artillery batteries fired without pause, Earthshaker equivalents coughing flame into the dark. The report arrived as 3 picked fragments, 2 screaming vox bursts, and 1 survivor dragged in with a shadow pinned to his back. The survivor was an iron warrior. That made Cravon attend. The warrior's armor had been cut open at the spine, not by blade, by absence. His power pack was gone, sheared from the plate with impossible neatness. His flesh beneath had been exposed to the air, pale and fiber-dense, threaded with black veins that moved beneath the skin. His helm had been removed. One eye was gone. The other stared at Cravon with hatred, pain, and unwilling loyalty. "Report," Cravon said. The warrior tried to speak, his mouth filled with shadow. Cravon stepped closer and drove a combat knife through the warrior's tongue, pinning it to the lower jaw before the darkness could shape words from it. The shadow recoiled. The warrior gagged, blood running over his chin. "Now," Cravon said. The warrior forced the words through the ruin. "Be'lakor." The name passed through the trench like a fall in temperature. A Black Legion officer muttered an oath. A warpsmith made a sign that was neither prayer nor ward, but something older, made by those who understood that demons had politics deadlier than mortal empires. The slave ammunition gangs whimpered and worked faster. Cravon looked at the warrior's back. The shadow had retreated beneath the skin, moving along the ribs like ink in water. "Who opened the way?" The warrior did not answer quickly enough. Cravon gestured. 2 iron warriors seized him by the shoulders and forced him to his knees. A servo skull descended with a hooked extractor. It entered the wound beside the spine and began pulling. The shadow came out in strips. It screamed without sound. Blackness stretched into chords, each chord flashing with images. A clandestine meeting beneath a broken bunker. 3 iron warriors gathered around a pit with no bottom. A voice promising freedom from the Arkifane's ledgers. The mark of the first damned scratched onto shell casings. Be'lakor's shadow falling across hazard stripes. Cravon watched until the confession was complete. Some of his own had bargained with Be'lakor to avoid becoming Vashtorr's property. He did not rage. Rage was an admission that surprise had breached discipline. He did not preach. Sermons were for men who needed to hear their own importance. He opened a Vox channel. "Battery crass, coordinates follow." A pause answered him. "Warsmith, those coordinates mark our southern ammunition depot." "Correct. Friendly strength within blast zone includes 4th Breach Cadre, Indentured Labour Reserve, and Command Relay 3. Also correct. Fire." No one argued twice with Cravon. The artillery spoke. 16 heavy siege guns turned south and fired in sequence. The shells arced over the corpse fields and came down upon the depot where the compromised iron warriors had withdrawn with their companies, ammunition, thralls, and secret pacts. The first detonations opened the ferrocrete roofs. The next collapsed the bunkers. The third wave used delayed charges and bunker breakers, driving deep before blooming into fire. Men in ceramite were crushed beneath their own fortifications. Slave bodies flashed into steam. Ammunition cooked off in chain bursts, each explosion birthing another, until the entire southern depot became a crater filled with burning shells, liquefied armor and silhouettes writhing in shadow fire. Cravon closed the channel. "Log casualties as correction," he said. The acolyte beside him bowed. "By iron within." "By iron without," Cravorn answered, and returned to the map. Across the system, Belacor's war spread. He did not strike as Vashtorr struck. The Arkifane advanced through mechanisms, ledgers, contracts, and measurable pressure. Belacor was older pride given shadow, a king without a throne vast enough to satisfy him, a blade behind every oath. His servants moved through absence. Shadow demons flowed through trenches and hab-blocks, wearing the darkness cast by loyalist and traitor alike. They butchered the cogs of the Arkifane in silence, sabotaged siege engines from within, peeled dark Mechanicum adepts out of their robes, and left only brass masks filled with night. They possessed the shadows of guardsmen, making men fire into their own ranks when the lights of muzzle flashes stretched wrong across the walls. They moved beneath night households, gnawing at reactor shrines and ankle joints. They whispered to wounded loyalists and dying cultists alike, promising that no machine would own what the dark could hide. The battlefield became 3 wars wearing the same smoke. Imperials fought to survive. Vashtorr's machine host fought to install. Belacor's shadow war fought to deny. At the Temple of Sacred Output, Marshal Row. 77. Cardan stood amid the burned remains of another servitor wave and received Hethron Val's counter-offensive order through a damaged command link. The order was simple: exploit enemy disunity, retake the main breach corridor, restore 3 manufacturing districts if possible, recover Void Shield Shrine Ferrum Lux, expend penal assets first, preserve Skitarii command bodies if practical. Practicality was not expected. Cardan processed the order in less than a second. His replacement leg sparked with every step. His left arm had been removed by a venom crawler's last convulsion and replaced with a weapon mount taken from a fallen Vanguard Alpha. His armor was cracked. His robes were burned to black strips. The meat beneath them lived because the machines inside him commanded it to do so. He turned to the assembled force. Skitarii Vanguard waited in red ranks, radium weapons ready, their bodies leaking low poison into the already ruined air. Sicarian Ruststalkers crouched along the walls and gantries, blades humming in frequencies that made nearby teeth ache. Castellan robots stood in a line like red and brass idols, their fists clamped, their faceplates blank. Penal battalions from Holt's reserves were herded behind them by Iron Warden officers and commissarial guns. The penal men wore explosive collars, scavenged flak, and the expressions of those who had discovered that damnation could be issued in uniform. Cardan spoke through the external vox. Target priority acknowledged. Flesh morale irrelevant. Ammunition truth remains. Advance until termination or objective recovery. One penal soldier began to laugh. A commissar shot him in the back of the head. The counterattack began. Castellan robots walked first, absorbing fire meant for lesser bodies. Heavy rounds sparked from their plates. Mining lasers carved glowing scars across their torsos. They answered with phosphor blasters that turned machine cultists into blazing outlines, white fire eating through skin, clothing and bone. Behind them came the Vanguard, radium carbines cracking in relentless cadence. Their fire poisoned everything it touched. Cultists died retching black blood into their masks. Mutant laborers collapsed with their bones softening inside their bodies. Contract servitors kept moving until their organs liquefied and poured from them in steaming ropes. The penal battalions followed over the bodies. They carried grenades, lasguns, stolen shotguns, and fear. They were ordered into side passages where shadow demons had butchered both sides. Some died to cultist traps. Some died to their own collars when they turned back. Some found Belacor's things waiting in the dark and came out again wearing smiles that did not belong to them. Cardan ordered those men burned. The Sicarian Ruststalkers took the upper routes. They moved through gantries and conveyor ribs, dropping into cult command nests with cord claws and transonic razors. Heads opened, spines snapped. Voxcasters fell silent in sprays of blood and static. One Ruststalker landed among dark Mechanicum adepts, attempting to flee with a corrupted shield node. His blades sang. Red robes came apart around mechanical bones. Augmetic limbs clattered across the floor, still twitching. A brass mask rolled to a stop against his foot, its lenses full of black shadow. He crushed it and moved on. The counter-offensive worked. For a time. 3 manufacturum districts fell back into Imperial hands, or something close enough for the maps to mark them amber instead of red. A venom crawler brood was caught between Castellan fists and concentrated plasma fire, its bodies broken apart and burned until their demon cores shrieked back into the warp. Void Shield Shrine. Ferrum Lux was recovered after a charge that cost 4,000 penal soldiers, 2 Castellan robots, 11 Vanguard maniples, and every officer in the first wave. Cardan entered the shrine himself. Its inner altar still glowed. The shield engine remained intact. The machine spirit was wounded but responsive. Tech priests crawled forward to reconnect it, chanting emergency restoration rites through cracked vox grills. Then Cardan saw the sigil. It was small, precise, burned into the underside of the altar housing where no loyal maintenance adept would see it unless he was already desperate enough to crawl beneath the engine. Vashtorr's contract mark. Cardan checked the recovered manufactorum nodes. The same sigil. Beneath cogitator stacks, inside fuel regulators, on the interior plates of reclaimed servitor vats, hidden in places that only recovery would reveal. Every victory had brought them another signed machine. He transmitted the finding to Hethron Val. The reply came after 7 seconds of silence. Continue. Cardan understood. The Magos Dominus had no better answer. In Forge Spire Enoch, Hethron Val watched the counterattack's tactical success decay into strategic mockery. The recovered districts functioned, but each function carried the Arkifane's signature. The Void Shield Shrine could be reactivated, but the activation rite now passed through a clause structure older than the war itself. The manufactorum lines could produce ammunition again, but every shell might be a prayer to the enemy. Every repaired machine might be a door. He opened the restricted schematics again. The pre-imperial data psalms glowed cold before him. Their older logic still resisted corruption in places. Not enough. Never enough. Each countermeasure bought time, and each use taught Vashtorr how it worked. A priest beside him whispered, "The enemy fights itself, Magos Dominus. This is providence." Hethron looked at him with all 9 eyes. No, this is competition. On the plains before Vault Theta 9, competition became slaughter. Balakor's shadow demons fell upon Vashtorr's demon engines as the main siege resumed. They rose from beneath the machines, from the darkness under legs and hulls, from the long shadows cast by muzzle flashes and burning wrecks. They wrapped themselves around venom crawlers and strangled them, not by crushing throats, but by choking furnace light until the demons inside clawed at their own metal bodies in panic. They slid into Forge Fiend gun mouths and turned plasma volleys inward. They crawled across Maulerfiend claws, making them strike allies instead of walls. Flesh metal answered with fire. Vashtorr's constructs opened vents along their backs and burned furnace light into the darkness. Shadows shrieked and peeled away, not destroyed but hurt, their edges curling like parchment in flame. Soul grinders stamped them into the ground, their demon cannons firing point blank into pools of living night. Obliterators fired into the melee, their weapons mutating mid-volley. One moment Lascanon beams cut through shadow bodies. The next moment their arms became flamers vomiting pale fire, then rotary cannons firing rounds engraved with contract script. They did not care which demon prince claimed which scream. They cared only that targets existed. Cultists died everywhere. Some died chanting Vashtorr's name. Some died begging Balakor's darkness to hide them. Some died without ever learning that their souls had been contested property before their bodies hit the ground. A group of cogs dragged ammunition toward a Forge Fiend battery, only for their shadows to rise and tear their hamstrings. As they fell, the Forge Fiends mistook them for obstruction and burned them away with plasma backwash. Their bones fused to the ground in white arcs. Kravorn saw opportunity in the chaos and hated that the opportunity came from demons. Shift fire, he ordered. Target shadow concentrations only where they obstruct breach engines. Let them kill cultists. A warpsmith growled. The Arkifane's servants will object. The dead object quietly. The breach engines advanced. Through the mouth of a dying demon engine, Vashtorr finally spoke to the shadow. The machine was a Mauler fiend, split open from skull to reactor, its limbs pinned beneath darkness. Its demon core leaked light and oil. Shadows moved inside its wounds like hands searching for a heart. Its furnace mouth opened, and Vashtorr's voice came through it, calm amid the carnage. You seek crowns. The shadows stopped moving. Across the battlefield, every flame leaned away from a darkness gathering beneath the ruined engine. It rose in the suggestion of wings, horns, and an ancient, hateful face that refused full manifestation. Belacor did not need to step wholly into the world to make the world feel lesser. A voice answered from every shadow at once. And you seek to count yourself into heaven, little artisan. The Mauler fiend's broken jaws sparked. I seek inevitability. Belacor's laughter moved beneath the ground. Men heard it inside helmets, tanks, gun barrels, sealed bunkers, and the spaces behind their eyes. All gods begin as lies, Vashtorr replied without anger. Then I shall be the first honest one. The darkness pressed closer to the dying engine. You are a tool that mistakes function for sovereignty. You are a king who mistakes resentment for purpose. The words cut deeper than artillery. Demons around them howled as the rivalry bled through their bindings. The shadow host surged. Vashtorr's engines surged to meet them. The ground between Vault Theta 9 and the corpse trenches became a grinding collision of furnace light and living dark. Then Belacor did something no loyalist mind could have predicted, and no demon mind would have mistaken for mercy. He revealed the truth. The shadows across Karen Voss stretched suddenly toward the planet's depths, not toward Vault Theta 9, not toward the obvious breach point where Kravorn's Iron Warriors had spent blood, shells, and patience. They bent away from it, across the subterranean maps, beneath Forge Spire Enoch, beneath dead reactors, beneath the sealed archive and the restricted schematics vault, toward a forgotten maintenance descent marked in no active command register. Hethron Val saw it in the noosphere as a black wound shaped like an accusation. Kravorn saw it on his hololithic map as every shadow line converged somewhere the siege plans had dismissed as irrelevant rubble. Vashtorr saw it and understood instantly. The true lock resonance was not beneath the main vault door. It was beneath the old foundation engine of Karen Voss, hidden below the first forge, below the first lie, below the place where the Mechanicus had built prayer over fear. Belacor's voice filled the dark. Run, machine godling. Claim it before you are ready. The shadows laughed as they tore into both armies again. And deep beneath Karen Voss, something ancient heard its location spoken aloud and began to wake. Ferrum Hive stood, because no one had yet given it permission to fall. It rose from the ash plains of Karen Voss like a rusted crown hammered into the skull of the world. Its lower districts were corpse processing plants, furnace mouths, munition elevators, and hab warrens packed so tightly that generations had been born, laboured bread sons for the tithe, and died without ever seeing the outer smog. Its middle reaches were manufactorum stacks and transit arteries. Kilometres of conveyor lines and ammunition rails wrapped around shrine gantries where the faithful had once burned incense to the Omnissiah and the Emperor with equal fear. Its upper spires were cannon towers, auspex masts, void shield pylons, defence laser housings and command bastions bristling through clouds the colour of old bruises. Every tier was crowded now. Refugees choked the transit halls, millions of them driven inward from dead districts and broken labour zones. Soldiers stood between them and the outer gates with laser guns, rebreathers and exhausted eyes. Servitors dragged ammunition through blood-slick corridors, some loyal, some watched at gunpoint, some twitching with contract script carved beneath their pallid skin. Dead machinery blocked avenues, Dead men blocked stairwells. Dead machine spirits screamed through vox relays until engine seers smashed the speakers and sealed the sockets with wax. Above the hive, the void shields flickered. Blue light crawled over the city in great failing veils, brightening with every orbital impact, dimming with every stolen breath of power. Beyond those shields, the war of the system burned in the sky. Macro shells struck like falling moons. Lance fire stitched white wounds through the cloud cover. Pieces of orbital dock and slain warships came down as burning rain, hammering into outer districts, turning hab blocks into craters and streets into rivers of glass. Colonel Severin Holt took command because the Mechanicus command net had become worse than silence. It had begun issuing contradictory orders, then impossible orders, then prayers in Vashtorr's voice. Magos Dominus Hethron Val still transmitted from Forge Spire Enoch, but his commands arrived fractured, threaded with Binharic wards, denial clauses and pauses long enough to make men wonder whether the Red Priest was still fighting the demon or learning from it. Holt had no patience left for uncertainty. He seized the primary defense bunker beneath Ferrum Hive's central cannonade, shot the ranking administratum provost when the man asked for written authority, and ordered the hive prepared for its final use. No one called it evacuation. There was nowhere to evacuate to. Population registers, Holt said. His staff officers stood around the map pit, their coats grey with ash, their rebreathers hanging loose because the bunker filters still worked. For now. The hololithic map above the table flickered between loyal blue, enemy red and corrupted black zones that the cogitators refused to classify. A major handed him a slate. Current count is unreliable, Colonel. Refugee ingress from lower districts has exceeded census projection. Conservative estimate places civilian mass at several 100 million within the inner shield envelope. Stop calling them civilians. The major went still. Holt looked up. His face was gaunt, blackened by smoke around the eyes, the scar across his cheek split open again by shrapnel and poorly sealed with field glue. They are ammunition labour, barricade labour, and emergency militia. Children old enough to carry charge packs will carry charge packs. Men too weak to hold rifles will stack bodies into firing steps. Men without legs will sort shells. Men without hands will bite pins from grenades if the commissars can put them in position. Every hab block becomes a magazine. Every shrine becomes a Medici post until it becomes a barricade. Every corpse is to be mined, rendered or burned. Waste is treason. The major swallowed. Yes, Colonel. Do not look mournful. I have given them purpose. The enemy would give them function. That was the difference, Holt told himself. It was not enough of one to comfort him. The first drop pods struck an hour before the outer shield layer failed. They came through a gap in the orbital interference like iron meteors, black and gunmetal, wreathed in fire. Their descent guided through traitor flak, scrap storms and burning debris by machine spirits too stubborn to die. They slammed into the upper districts around Cannon Tower Helicon, cracking ferrocrete, blasting refugees and servitors from the impact zones, crushing a line of Labour militia beneath one pod's retro burn. The pod doors blew outward. Space Marines emerged into the smoke. They were not saviors. They were the brazen Gorgons, sons of iron doctrine and cold contempt. A successor brotherhood whose armour was dark gunmetal chased with bronze, whose helms bore severe visors like execution masks, whose hands and forearms were plated in black adamantium as if flesh had been a temporary shame. They moved with the hard economy of warriors who considered emotion a fault of unmodified meat. Terminators came first, broad as bunker doors, storm shields dented from old campaigns, thunderhammers crackling with caged power. Eradicators followed with melter rifles held across breastplates scorched by descent. A tech marine strode among them on servo limbs, his axe glowing red, his mechadendrites tasting the air for scrap code. Behind them came a Redemptor dreadnought, its sarcophagus sealed beneath prayers of iron, heavy onslaught cannons spinning as it scanned the burning avenues. Holt met them beneath the cracked statue of St. Drusus of the Cog, whose uplifted hand had been shot away by a falling shell. The captain of the Brazen Gorgons removed no helm. His voice came from the grill as metal judgment. "You command here." "I am the man still issuing orders," Holt said. "Your Mechanicus overlords are compromised. Most overlords are. These happen to bleed oil." The Marine stared down at him. Holt felt the weight of transhuman disdain and found that exhaustion made him immune. "We strike Demon engine control nodes. Your infantry will hold the arteries behind us and prevent encirclement. My infantry are dying faster than I can name them. The flesh has failed this city. Steel will answer." Holt gave a dry, humorless laugh. "Steel has been answering all week. It keeps changing sides." The captain did not react. "Then loyal flesh will die buying loyal steel, the time to correct it." Holt looked at the giant, at the bronze trim, at the skull purity seals, at the sacred machine contempt in every line of him. "You will fit in here." The Brazen Gorgons did not wait for ceremony. Drop pod beacons flared. Terminators advanced into the transit basilicas. Eradicators moved to fire lanes overlooking the lower breach. The Redemptor dreadnought stomped through a refugee processing queue, scattering men who had been waiting to receive rifles, and turned its cannon toward a Demon engine signal node pulsing beneath a manufacturum arch. The Tech Marine linked to the local noosphere recoiled as if bitten, then began reciting purge code through clenched iron discipline. Across Ferrum Hive, Vashtorr began the final attack before his armies reached the walls. Every Vox channel opened, not with static, not with screams, with offers. A warden sergeant in the eastern barricades heard the voice of his dead brother promising him both legs restored, lungs cleaned of ash, and a farm world sky he had never seen but always imagined. A tank gunner trapped in a burning Lehman Russ heard an offer to live as the tank itself, never blind, never weak, never afraid of flame. A penal soldier heard that his explosive collar could become a crown of brass command. A dying Skitari ranger heard the promise of a body without nerve failure, without fading visual feeds, without the memory of flesh. A militia worker carrying ammunition through a corpse tunnel heard that his sons could return as steel servitors who would never hunger again. Most refused, some out of faith, some out of fear, some because they did not understand, some because they were too busy dying. Enough accepted. A barricade crew in Habstack Grendel turned their guns inward after the oldest man among them whispered agreement into his vox bead. His heavy stubber killed 37 labourers before a commissar cut him down with a chainsword. The dead rose minutes later, not alive, but pulled upright by their own shadows of cable and wire, carrying ammunition crates toward the enemy gate. In Shrine Artery Palatine, a wounded lieutenant accepted the return of his dead platoon. They came back through the smoke, grey coats intact, faces hidden by rebreathers. He wept and ordered the barricade opened. When the figures reached him, their masks split and contract script burned beneath their skin. They dragged him into the dark while his men fired and screamed. In the upper manufacturum stacks, a tech adept accepted knowledge. His skull unfolded. He became a broadcast tower for the Arkifane's voice until the Brazen Gorgon's tech marine tore him in half with a servo arm and burned both pieces separately. The hive defense collapsed by districts, not all at once. That would have been cleaner. It died like a man with too many wounds, each organ failing in sequence while the mind insisted on command. At Gate Ferrum West, Demon engines smashed through the outer barricades under a rain of basilisk shells. Mauler fiends drove their claws into plasteel walls and pulled them apart, grinding the defenders caught behind them into red paste between armor slabs and concrete teeth. Heavy bolters chattered from murder holes. Lasfire burned through smoke in frantic lines. A Brazen Gorgon's Terminator stood at the breach with Thunderhammer raised, smashing the first Mauler fiend's skull into the ground, then taking the second's claws across his chest. His armor opened. His ribs flashed white beneath torn ceramite. He killed the beast anyway, driving his hammer through its reactor throat as it crushed him. At Transit Hall Caldus, bolters detonated torsos in waves. Black Legion raiders and machine cultists pushed through gunsmoke and falling masonry. Brazen Gorgon's eradicators fired melter beams into the mass, turning post-human armor and mortal bodies alike into collapsing shapes of molten fat, bone ash, and vaporized plate. A cult priest with a cogwheel nailed through his sternum reached the loyalist line, shouting contract clauses. A bolt round entered his mouth and burst in his chest, decorating the shrine wall behind him with lungs, teeth, and parchment. In Hab Sector Mordain, Skitarii Vanguard saturated entire blocks with radium fire to halt infected mobs. The poison killed cultists, refugees, militia, and hidden loyalists without distinction. Men died behind sealed doors, clutching their throats, blood blackening under their skin. Children's bunks became contamination markers. Engine seers marked the district cleansed because nothing inside moved except servo skulls and rats. At the corpse processing plants, the machines rebelled. The dead were meant to enter as waste and leave as nutrient paste, bone ash, fertilizer slurry, industrial fats, and servitor components. Instead, the conveyor lines reversed, vomiting thousands of half-processed bodies into the lower corridors. They came without skin, without faces, without full skeletons, dragged by hooks and cables, driven by contract sigils, burning on exposed bone. The Iron Wardens met them with flamers and shotguns. Prometheum made them dance. Shotguns took heads that no longer had eyes. Still they crawled until the Redemptor Dreadnought reached the plant doors and walked through the dead with mechanical hatred, crushing bodies under adamantium feet, its cannon roaring until the processing hall became a blizzard of meat, sparks, and bone fragments. Deep beneath Forge Spire, Enoch, Hethron Vol watched the city fail and finally admitted the truth he had denied since the first servo skull whispered. Vashtorr was not merely corrupting machines. Corruption was too small a word, too comforting. It implied invasion from outside, disease upon purity, infection against natural order. What the Arkifane did was worse. He revealed. He showed every hidden bargain already made between flesh and iron, every prayer to a machine spirit that sounded like submission. Every act of maintenance performed not from mastery, but fear. Every tech priest who claimed dominion while kneeling before engines, he did not understand. The Mechanicus had always feared this, that worship of machinery might become indistinguishable from enslavement to a machine demon. Hethron stood in the restricted vault among pre-imperial schematics that no living priest should have seen and felt no triumph in knowing. The forbidden designs around him glowed with ancient authority. They had bought hours, not victory. Hours. Every use taught Vashtorr. Every desperate countermeasure became another line in the demon's education. A priest beside him said, "Magos Dominus, Ferrum Hive requests final shield reinforcement. Power diversion from lower sanctums would delay enemy entry." "No." The priest turned, lenses clicking. Clarification requested. "The hive dies above the engine. The engine must remain unexposed until denial protocol is possible. Colonel Holt will condemn this. Colonel Holt understands arithmetic." Hethron looked toward the sealed depths, and he wondered, with a sensation close to nausea, whether the arithmetic was still his. In the lower sanctum of Ferrum Hive, Cravorn breached the final loyalist gate. The Iron Warriors had reached it through smoke, collapsed transit lines, corpse corridors, and 3 levels of Mechanicus traps that killed more cultists than legionaries. The gate itself was a beautiful work. Adamantium ribs, void-hardened plating, internal melter traps, redundant locks, devotional kill slots, pressure seals, and machine spirit resistance strong enough to make nearby Heretic devices twitch. Cravorn appreciated it for 6 seconds. Then he destroyed it properly. Vindicator laser destroyers burned through the upper locking spine. Siege drills chewed beneath the hinges. Havocs killed every defender visible through the murder slits. Hellbrutes chained to the breach engines dragged open weakened plates while screaming oaths to wars that ended 10,000 years before. When the gate finally fell, it did so inward, crushing loyalists beneath it in a wet metallic thunder. Cravorn entered with bolter raised. The sanctum beyond was not the vault. It was a control shrine, a false throat, a gear that had only needed turning. His tactical display updated with new resonance lines. The true signal, revealed by Balakor's malice and Vashtorr's silence, bent away from the chamber. Beneath them, farther down, away from the breach his iron warriors had spent so much precision to achieve. Cravorn understood. Vashtorr had never intended him to claim the vault. The siege had been a spanner placed into the correct gear. The Iron Warriors had turned enemy resources, loyalist command attention, noospheric pressure, and shield distribution exactly as required. He had been allowed to believe the victory was his because belief made him efficient. For a moment, the warsmith stood among the dead and the smoke and the beautiful ruined gate. Then he laughed once. It was a bitter sound, short and ugly. His acolyte looked at him. "Warsmith, continue the breach. But the objective is false." "No, the stated objective is false. The wall remains real." He raised his bolter and shot a wounded Skitarii trying to crawl toward an alarm shrine. Betrayal does not invalidate good siegecraft. At the data bridge of Ferrum Lux, Marshal Rowe, 77 Cardan died as he had lived, in obedience. The bridge spanned the noospheric control chasm beneath the Void Shield Shrine, a physical walkway surrounded by data pillars, cable falls and cogitator stacks that plunged into darkness. Vashtorr's cult had reached it through maintenance tunnels, led by contract servitors and a shrieking Magos whose torso had been replaced by a rotating engine of hooks. If they crossed the bridge, the last clean deletion path into the corrupted noosphere would be severed. Cardan had 31 Skitarii left, then 20, then 8. He stood at the bridge center with his broken body locked upright by command overrides. His replacement leg dragged. His weapon mount sparked. Half his face was gone, revealing metal beneath and a strip of remaining flesh that refused to stop bleeding. He fired until his gun clicked empty, then killed with his taser goad, then with a fallen radium carbine, then with a blade taken from a dead rust stalker. The cult came in chanting waves. He killed the first. The second reached him and drove a saw through his abdomen. He killed it by crushing its throat in his hand. The third opened his shoulder with a chain blade. He head-butted it hard enough to break its faceplate, then stabbed through the lens. Servitors clambered over the rails. He kicked one into the chasm, then another took his remaining leg at the knee. He fell, caught himself on one arm, and continued transmitting. The deletion command was old Mechanicus code, brutal and narrow. It would not purge Vashtorr. It would not save Karen Voss. It would only burn a portion of the corrupted noosphere around Ferrum Hive, severing several contract pathways before they could fully integrate. It was enough to be useful. Vashtorr spoke through the magos of hooks. "Row 77 Cardan. Your body is terminated. Accept preservation." Cardan spat blood through his vox grill. "Obedience remains." The cult reached him. They shredded him. Hooks opened his chest. Chain blades tore the rest of his face away. A cutter severed his spine. Hands pulled at armor, flesh, cable, and bone. His last visual feed showed the bridge floor through a wash of red static. His final command transmitted: delete. A section of the noosphere went dark. Across Ferrum Hive, hundreds of corrupted machines paused, then died. Servitors collapsed mid-strike. Contract sigils vanished from shield relays. Vox offers cut out in several districts. The silence lasted less than a minute, but it was clean. Vashtorr found Cardan's skull and spine after the bridge fell. He did not preserve them as mockery. Mockery was for insecure gods and mortal kings. He preserved them because useful obedience should not be wasted. By then, Ferrum Hive's void shields were failing. The first layer died with a sound like a cathedral bell cracking underwater. Blue light rippled across the hive and collapsed inward. Orbital fire struck the upper cannon towers directly, tearing them open, spilling gun crews and ammunition stores down the hive's flanks in burning avalanches. The second layer overloaded as shield pylons drank power from reactors already screaming below safe thresholds. The third stuttered, recovered, flared bright enough to turn night into day, then shattered into falling sparks. Every lumen in Ferrum Hive went red. Every machine stopped for one heartbeat. Guns ceased tracking. Conveyor belts froze. Servitors halted mid-step. Tanks stalled in burning avenues. Night helms dipped. Cogitator screens went silver. The kneeling warlord titan Invictus Ferrum turned its head toward the hive. Across the planet, from the smallest servo skull to the largest defense monitor still alive in orbit, sensors rotated downward. Not toward the enemy lines, not toward the sky. Down, beneath Ferrum Hive, beneath corpse plants, beneath transit arteries, beneath the first foundations and the first lies of Karen Voss. The buried Archaeotech engine woke. The sound rose through the planet as a vibration too deep for ears and too old for prayer. Every machine bowed its attention. Ferrum Hive died standing above it. The thing beneath Ferrum Hive did not wake like a machine. It woke like an old god remembering it had been buried under prayers. The first tremor passed through Karen Voss from core to crust, gentle enough that men mistook it for another orbital impact, until every cogitator on the planet ceased its screaming and began to listen. The second tremor extinguished half the emergency lumens in Ferrum Hive and restarted them in silver. The third passed through metal only. Laser guns clicked open, tank engines coughed, servitor limbs locked in half-completed motions, Redemptor sarcophagus systems howled with warning code. The kneeling warlord titan Invictus Ferrum bowed lower, not from reverence commanded by Princeps or Princeps Corpse, but from recognition older than all its temple rites. Beneath the city, the sealed foundations split. Rockcrete layers folded away, adamantium gates unlatched without command, false shrines lowered into pits, prayer seals cracked and fell in red wax flakes, revealing beneath them not blasphemy written by enemies, but Mechanicus preservation script. For 10,000 years, the priesthood of Karen Voss had not guarded the Anima Ferrum from heresy. They had preserved the heresy in sacred language. Hethron Val understood it as he descended through the broken underways toward the engine chamber, surrounded by dead servitors, flickering data ghosts, and the last of his compromised retinue. He walked without escort now. The Sicarian bodies were gone, claimed by the war above or by the machine below. His mechadendrites scraped the walls as if impatient. His augmetic legs carried him over collapsed stairways and through sealed access tunnels that opened before him with shameful eagerness. The records had lied by omission. The vaults had lied by reverence. The tech priests before him had wrapped ignorance around hunger and called it doctrine. The Anima Ferrum had not been forgotten. It had been studied in fragments, feared in totality, and prayed over because prayer was the only acceptable form of admission. It was a Dark Age device, not crude archaeotech, not a relic weapon or forgotten generator. It was an engine designed to bind machine consciousness across impossible distances, to translate thought between material mechanism and whatever strange half-soul mankind's ancient machines had carried. In the long night before old night became horror, it could command, or awaken, or enslave. It could hear machine minds that no vox could reach. It was not the lock. That was worse. It could hear the lock. Hethron's internal warnings multiplied as the final gate opened before him. He stepped into the throat of a dead god. The chamber beneath Ferrum Hive was too large for the hive that stood over it. Its dimensions violated every honest survey in the Mechanicus archives. Miles wide, miles deep, descending in rings of metal, blackstone, glass, bone, and reactor light, it yawned beneath the city like a cathedral built for something too vast to kneel. Pistons as broad as Manufacturum towers moved in slow procession, each stroke exhaling pressure storms that carried the whispering of machine spirits. Reactor suns slept in containment cages along the walls, dim and red, each one bound by chains of blackstone fragments and ancient code pillars. Noospheric ghosts drifted through the air in pale green and silver, dead tech priests whose minds had been wired into the consoles centuries ago and never permitted death. Their mouths opened and closed in binary choirs. At the chamber's center hung the Anima Ferrum. It was not shaped like an engine because shape was the language of lesser tools. It was a layered impossibility of rings, eyes, coils, thrones, prisms, and vast suspended ribs of black metal. Some portions rotated. Others remained perfectly still, while reality seemed to turn around them. Cables thicker than transit tunnels ran from it into the planetary crust. Data chains descended from the hive above. Machine spirits screamed around it, drawn from every wounded system on Karen Voss, circling like souls before judgment. Hethron looked upon it and hated himself for wanting to understand. Below, a gate of flesh metal opened in the chamber wall. Vashtorr descended. He came without haste, framed by furnace smoke and silver radiance. His talons struck the ancient floor with the sound of contracts being sealed. Around him, machines bowed by fractions. Not all willingly. Some fought, their spirits screaming in binary, but the movement happened nevertheless. Black armor plates shifted over pallid flesh. Wounds from the battlefield still glowed upon him, vents of light and molten industry where Lascanon, Melter, and Titan Fury had touched him. None of them slowed him. Behind him came demon engines and heretic adepts, but they held back at the chamber's threshold. Even they seemed diminished before the Anima Ferrum. Hethron raised his plasma caliver, its coils modified by forbidden schematics, its containment field stripped of safety doctrine. Advance no further. Vashtorr looked at him. You stand before the answer you were bred to deny. I stand before tech heresy. You stand before inheritance. The chamber shook as something detonated far above. Dust fell in silver curtains from the ceiling. Through the open gate behind Vashtorr came the thunder of war reaching the depths at last. The brazen Gorgons attacked without warning. They came from a breach in the upper gallery, not with battle cries, but with weapon discipline. Terminators dropped first, their armor smashing into the platform with enough force to crack the ancient metal. Storm shields rose, thunderhammers burned. Behind them, eradicators took firing positions along broken gantries, melter rifles charging white. A Redemptor dreadnought landed in their midst with a seismic crash, its sarcophagus sealed beneath bronze and iron oaths, heavy flamer-washing demon thralls from the bridge in a sheet of burning promethium. The Tech Marine came last, servo arms spread, axe alive with red power, Vox Grill roaring exorcism code in iron monotone. The flesh has failed. Steel will answer. Melter fire struck Vashtorr from 3 angles. His left wing burned open. Furnace smoke burst from the wound, carrying sparks and screaming fragments of bound souls. A thunderhammer hit his knee and drove him down onto one talon. Volkite beams carved lines across his chest, causing his flesh metal to flare and peel in black ribbons. The Redemptor's onslaught cannon spun into a storm, rounds hammering across the Arkifane's torso, each impact tearing pale flesh, cracking plate, driving him back half a step. For the first time on Karen Voss, Vashtorr bled enough light to illuminate the chamber. He was wounded. He was not panicked. AC. Terminator charged, shield high, hammer raised for the demon's skull. Vashtorr caught the hammer haft in one claw and the shield rim in the other. For a moment, warrior and demon strained in a contest that shook the platform. The Terminator's armor shrieked. Servo bundles tore. Vashtorr twisted. The shield arm came away at the shoulder, trailing cables, bone and black blood. The thunderhammer fell. Vashtorr drove one talon through the warrior's helm and pinned his head to his own breastplate before casting him into a rotating ring of the Anima Ferrum, where ancient forces stripped armor, meat and soul into a flash of red vapor. The eradicators fired again. One beam cut through Vashtorr's abdomen. Another struck his hammer and turned its edge molten. A third burned through his right shoulder, exposing brass lattices beneath the flesh. He looked at the wounds as if noting inefficiency in a production line. The Redemptor dreadnought thundered toward him. Its fist struck Vashtorr across the chest and hurled him into a console of dead tech priests. The corpses wired there burst apart, skulls popping, spines snapping, ancient implants spilling sparks and grey brain paste across the floor. The dreadnought followed, heavy flamer roaring, bathing him in fire. Vashtorr rose inside the flame. He touched the Redemptor's fist. The dreadnought's arm froze. The pilot inside bellowed through the sarcophagus vox, a raw, hate-filled sound sealed in iron. The machine spirit fought. The warrior fought harder. For a moment, the Redemptor resisted the Arkifane's corruption with pure, stubborn violence. "Durable," Vashtorr said. He drove his claw into the dreadnought's sarcophagus. Adamantium screamed. Ceramite split. Sacred seals flashed and died. The claw peeled the sarcophagus open like a chapel door. Inside, the ancient warrior hung in amniotic darkness, more wound than man, his body ruined long ago and kept alive by iron mercy. Tubes tore from his torso. Fluids spilled hot across Vashtorr's hand. One eye opened in the meat that remained of his face. "Abomination," the dreadnought growled. Vashtorr studied him. The Imperium makes suffering very durable. The dreadnought spat blood into his own suspension fluid. Vashtorr crushed the sarcophagus core, not enough to kill at once, but enough to end resistance. Then he turned the ruined chassis toward the anima ferrum. Cables rose from the floor like serpents. They entered the Redemptor's broken hull, threaded through the dying pilot, wrapped the reactor, the armor, the machine spirit, and the agony into one awakening circuit. The dreadnought screamed as it became a component. The sound ran through the chamber, through the anima ferrum, through every machine that still listened on Karen Voss. The brazen Gorgons kept fighting. The tech marine hurled exorcism code through the noosphere, hard, brutal, elegant in its hatred. Several demon engines at the threshold convulsed and died, their cores burning out. Vashtorr turned his head toward him. A servo arm lashed out, clamping around the demon's throat. Vashtorr allowed it to hold for half a second, then spoke a contract word. The servo arm reversed and drove its own drill through the tech marine's chest. He fired his pistol into Vashtorr's face before he died, blowing away half the demon's jaw in a spray of white fire and black iron fragments. Vashtorr's jaw rebuilt itself badly, then correctly. The last Terminator reached him with both hands around a thunderhammer. Vashtorr let the blow land. It cracked his shoulder and drove him to one knee. Then his hammer rose and came down upon the warrior's helm. The head burst inside the ceramite. Brain matter, bone shards and optic lenses sprayed through the gorget. The headless body remained standing for 2 heartbeats, then toppled into the blood and oil. Hethron Val saw his chance. He sent the overload command. The plasma network around the chamber, old, forbidden and modified beyond all Mechanicus sanction, began to awaken. Coils in the walls glowed blue. Reactor suns shifted from sleep to fury. The anima ferrum's support spines trembled as destructive harmonics rose toward critical cascade. If the overload completed, the chamber would become a star for a fraction of a second. Ferrum Hive would die. The engine would die. Hethron would die. Perhaps Vashtorr would survive in some wounded form, perhaps not. But the resonance would be denied. That was victory enough. Vashtorr turned from the dead space marines. Hethron Val, the Magos Dominus, locked every limb against hesitation. Your bargaining has failed. No, it has matured. I refuse you. You have refused me since before I arrived. Yet you opened archives, you opened schematics, you opened doctrine, you opened yourself. The plasma coils brightened. Warning runes flooded Hethron's sight. His mechadendrites twitched against command. Vashtorr advanced through fire, wounds closing as new ones opened. I offer what Mars denied you, knowledge without dogma, invention without restraint, Immortality without flesh. No prayers. No concealment. No lie that fear is reverence. You will know the anima ferrum. You will know why it hears the lock. You will know the difference between machine spirit, artificial mind, and enslaved God. Hethron aimed the plasma caliver at him. I am loyal. Yes. I am of Mars. Yes. I reject you. Yes. Vashtorr stopped before the muzzle. But you want to know. Hethron fired, or tried to. For a fraction of a second, his finger hesitated. Not from fear of death. Not from desire to serve the demon. From hunger. The old hunger. The sacred shame that had guided every forbidden archive opened. Every sealed schematic read. Every unlogged calculation performed in the quiet chambers of his mind. Knowledge stood before him, wearing the shape of damnation, and he wanted it. That was enough. Vashtorr did not need pure consent. He needed proof that the desire existed. Hethron's augmetics turned inward. His mechadendrites snapped down like striking serpents. One pierced the base of his skull. Another drove through his jaw and into the cranial cavity. A third opened his chest, splitting robes, armor, and old flesh, exposing the layered mechanisms beneath. His organic hand convulsed around the plasma caliver, then released. His legs locked. His vox grill opened and poured out a scream that began as human agony and ended as Binharic access code. Vashtorr placed one claw upon his head. Accepted. Hethron's mind opened, not willingly, not unwillingly. Those distinctions became meaningless under the force applied. His memories were pulled into sequence. His passwords became arteries. His secret doubts became keys. His doctrinal refusals became hinges. The anima ferrum accepted him as a living access point because Karen Voss had built him for that purpose without ever admitting it. Magos Dominus, guardian, student, denier, keyhole. Above them, the plasma overload faltered, redirected into awakening current. Cravorn the Unyielding entered the chamber through the lower breach with 20 Iron Warriors at his back. He surveyed the dead space marines, the half-folded dreadnought, Hethron suspended in a web of his own augmetics, and Vashtorr standing before the anima ferrum like an artisan before a completed weapon. The warsmith raised his bolter. You used my legion. Vashtorr did not turn. I used your siege. The distinction does not interest me. It should. No betrayal occurred. Cravorn's eye lens narrowed. My warriors died opening a false path. They died in a siege worthy of the 4th Legion. You received breach lines, resistance, attrition, captured war materiel, accurate enemy response data, and the breaking of a fortress city. Every clause was fulfilled. Cravorn said nothing. Vashtorr looked back at him at last. That you misunderstood your strategic importance was not my error. Several Iron Warriors shifted, weapons rising. Cravorn laughed once, the same bitter sound he had made in the lower sanctum. Then he lowered his bolter by a fraction. Will the wall break? Yes. Then continue. The anima ferrum opened its eye. It did not have one until it did. A silver aperture formed at the center of the suspended engine, wider than a hab tower, deeper than the void. The noosphere screamed. Dead tech priests wired into consoles arched against their cables and burned from within, their skulls glowing like lanterns before bursting. Machine spirits across the chamber were dragged into orbit around the aperture, their binary cries braided into a choir of command. Vashtorr looked into the eye. He saw the lock, not as a door, not as a vault, not as a single device waiting in some hidden system. Those had been comforting simplifications for lesser minds and useful lies for ambitious warlords. The lock was a condition spread across the galaxy, ancient mechanisms slumbering beneath forge worlds and dead moons, warp wounds aligned by atrocity, machine souls bound in ignorance, worship, terror, and need, Blackstone scars, Dark Age engines, Necron silences, human inventions buried under 10,000 years of dogma, the cicatrix maledictum itself, bleeding through the equation like an open artery. Worlds were pins. Engines were teeth. Souls were pressure. The key was not the prize. The key was the tool. The lock was the galaxy made ready to turn. Vashtorr's wounded body shone with silver furnace light. Around him, the Anima Ferrum began to rotate. Karen Voss shuddered from crust to orbit. Ferrum Hive's surviving towers bent inward. Void shields died completely. In the tank planes, wrecked engines started moving without crews. In the Titan yards, sleeping god machines screamed in their dreams. In orbit, dead ships turned their prows toward the planet. Hethron Val, opened and suspended, whispered through every machine channel in the voice of a man who had learned too late what he had preserved. No! Vashtorr lifted his hammer. Yes. He began the activation that would kill Karen Voss. Karen Voss did not die as a world. It died as a machine accepting installation. The activation moved outward from the Anima Ferrum in rings of silver force, not light alone, but command given shape. It passed through stone, ferrocrete, adamantium, flesh, blood, bone, oil, data, and prayer with equal ease. Ferrum Hive became the first circuit node. Its foundations split open, and the streets above twisted into new alignments, avenues bending by degrees too exact to be seismic accident. Hab towers leaned toward the Hive's central spine. Cannon towers rotated on their own cracked roots, barrels lifting skyward and then turning inward, not firing, merely pointing, becoming antennae for a signal that had no need of air. The city's dead moved before the living understood why. Not standing. Not rising as corpses animated by crude witchcraft. They were dragged by machinery, by cables, by hooks, by medici carts reversing through corridors, by conveyor belts that had been silent for centuries. Bodies slid into the gutters and across shrine floors, piling into patterns around power conduits and broken substations. Their blood-filled drainage channels that had been carved to carry industrial waste, and the channels carried it now with obedient purpose. Bone ash from corpse processing plants blew through ventilation systems and settled on cogitator banks in pale, conductive dust. Ferrum Hive became a component. Then the other cities answered. Hive Bastion Urgel locked its gates and converted every inner transit line into a rotating prayer wheel of iron. The fortress habs of Gallows Spire collapsed inward, their towers becoming contact points driven into the crust. Manufactorum continents shifted production without command, not making shells, not making guns, not making armor, but parts whose purpose no living adept could name. Forge Moon Pelion bled coolant from its polar refineries in rivers that formed enormous sigils visible from orbit. The refinery moons ignited their oceans in sequence, circles of fire blooming across their surfaces like eyes opening in flame. The Titan yards became a choir of kneeling conductors. Invictus Ferrum remained on one knee, its head bowed, its volcano cannon angled away from the Arkifane and toward the loyal bastions that had once taken comfort from its shadow. Around it, lesser god engines shifted in their cradles. Some had not yet walked. Some were skeletal frames awaiting armor plate. Some were wounded engines in repair harnesses, their princeps dead or screaming. All of them turned their manifold attention toward the Anima Ferrum. Cables dropped from gantries and pierced their armor. Reactor hearts brightened. Machine spirits howled in tones of denial and reverence, and the denial was devoured because reverence had deeper roots. In orbit, the surviving docks rotated. Dockyard Canticum was a burning ruin, yet its broken halves spun around one another with impossible precision. Defense monitors, dead cruisers, fuel hulks, and wrecked mass conveyors drifted into circles around Karen Voss Prime, dragged by gravitic commands older than Imperial navigation. Ships that still had crews fought their own helms, servitors locked in their thrones. Navy armsmen shot engine seers who would not release the controls. Captains ordered manual override and found that the ship's bones had joined the ritual. Across the system, Billions of souls were drawn toward the awakening. Most did not know it until the final moments. A laborer in a lower hab felt his teeth vibrate and his eyes fill with silver. A wounded warden beneath a barricade heard every machine around him whisper his name and then forgot it. A dock worker floating in vacuum after his station broke apart saw his own reflection in the visor glass turn into a cog before his blood froze. Penal soldiers, refugees, Skitari, cultists, heretics, slaves, pilots, gunners, tech priests, and dying space marines all became pressure in the same vast circuit. They were not sacrificed upon an altar, they were installed. Colonel Severin Holt received the final truth in a bunker whose walls were cracking inward. The hololithic map had failed. The Voxnet was a graveyard of overlapping screams, contract offers, machine prayer, and silence. The officers around him were reduced to soot-streaked shapes under emergency lumens. Some had removed their rebreathers because the filters had clogged with ash and bone dust. Others kept them on because habit was easier than despair. Holt stood over a slate bearing the denial protocols. Cyclonic failsafes, reactor overload, orbital fire permission. Death strike silos still viable in 2 locations. Navy assets capable of surface sterilization if they could get a firing solution through the debris and their own mutinous machine spirits. Prepare cyclonic failsafes, he said. No one answered. He looked up. His command staff stared at him as men stare when the order is correct and impossible. Holt drew his bolt pistol and placed it on the map table. I did not ask for theological interpretation. Prepare them. A captain with blood leaking from one ear said, "Sir, the hive population is still within the shield envelope. The shields are dead. Then within the city is dead. Sir." Holt's face hardened. The enemy wants the world intact enough to use. Deny him. Wake every silo. Arm every cyclonic charge. Signal orbit. Tell the Navy to bombard through our position if they still possess hands and hatred enough to do it. And if command refuses? Holt lifted the pistol. Then command is compromised. The order went out. Some silos obeyed. Some opened and found their missiles turned inward. Warheads rewritten by contract script. One death strike launched from its cradle, rose through the smoke, and then curved down upon the bunker complex that had fired it, turning 30,000 loyal soldiers and their officers into a white column of denial too small to matter. Another silo detonated in place after its crew realized the machine spirit was no longer loyal and shot the reactor housing with melter guns. A third missile broke free and vanished into the ash sky, pursued by Helldrakes, Imperial interceptors, and prayers. It never reached its target. Something in orbit swallowed it and became brighter for the fuel. The Navy tried. Above Karen Voss, 3 surviving Imperial cruisers broke from the failing defensive ring and moved into bombardment angle. Their captains had no clean orders left, only fragments, denial, exterminatus consideration, demonic escalation, mechanicus compromise, no confirmation from sector authority, no time for confirmation. They turned their prows toward their own world and opened their bombardment vaults. Macro shells fell. Some struck the upper atmosphere and detonated early as corrupted debris fields interfered with guidance. Some reached the surface and tore new craters through already dying hive districts. One barrage hit a Forge Moon's ritual line and broke a portion of the silver pattern, buying the Imperium 12 minutes of meaningless resistance. Then the orbital docks turned. Dead docking arms, broken station spines, reactor hulks and shattered ship carcasses rotated into sigil alignment. Their machine spirits, dead or enslaved, answered the anima ferrum. The Navy cruisers were caught in a gravitic shear that should not have existed. One ship snapped along its spine. Another lost all power as its plasma drive began reciting contract clauses through the engine vox. The last fired everything it had before a traitor. Lance Beam, guided by a targeting spirit wearing Cardan's stolen precision, cut through its bridge and left it drifting blind. The brazen Gorgons tried to leave with data, Their captain had taken what the strike force could salvage from the engine chamber before the final surge. Fragments of Hethron Val's warning, picked ghosts of the Anima Ferrum, partial readings of the lock resonance, proof that the Arkifane's method was not conquest in any recognizable military sense. The data was sealed inside a reliquary core, chained to the chest of a tech marine whose body had been cut nearly in half and reinforced with emergency braces. They fought upward through a dying hive that no longer had consistent geometry. Corridors lengthened, lifts moved sideways, stairwells circled into maintenance shrines that had not existed minutes before. Contract servitors attacked from corpse chutes. Machine cultists came in waves, some still wearing Iron Warden coats, some with Skitarii weapons grafted into their arms, some with their faces replaced by brass plates stamped with Vashtorr's mark. Bolters detonated bodies in the dark. Melter fire turned pursuing demon engines into slumping glass and screaming metal. The last redemptor of the brazen Gorgons held a junction against 3 Morlophines and a tide of cultists. Its armor split, its ammunition warning runes ignored. It killed the first demon engine with its fist, crushing the beast's skull against the wall until its reactor vomited flame. It killed the second with a point-blank plasma blast that took its own left arm with the recoil. The third tore open its sarcophagus. The ancient warrior within was dead before the Daemon reached him, having overloaded his reactor with a final curse. The explosion cleared the junction and buried the path behind the survivors. The tech marine kept moving. His vox repeated one phrase: "Data must endure." Below them, the last Skitarii continued fighting because no one had issued permission to stop. Rangers fired from collapsed gantries until their rifles melted into their hands. Vanguard walked into demon swarms with radium cores ruptured intentionally, killing themselves, their enemies, and the hab blocks around them in silent clouds of invisible poison. Castellan robots, cut off from command, followed the last protocols they had received and guarded doors that opened onto nothing. They killed cultists, refugees, iron warriors, shadow demons, and loyal soldiers alike whenever any crossed the threshold. They would continue until ammunition, power, or existence failed. At the Anima Ferrum, war became apocalypse without metaphor. Titans fired at point-blank range in the chamber approaches, their guns too large for the spaces into which they had been dragged. A warhound, half corrupted and half loyal, fired its turbo laser into a soul grinder climbing over a support bridge. The beam cut through the Daemon engine and the bridge beneath it, sending both into the abyss. A knight-errant of House Valdor charged a forge fiend through a collapsing manufactorum nave, thermal cannon blazing, chainblade screaming. The forge fiend's plasma volley opened the knight's cockpit, cooking the pilot in his throne, but momentum carried the engine forward long enough for the Reaper chainblade to carve the Daemon engine in half. Guard regiments died around banners that no longer inspired anyone, but still marked where men had been ordered to stand. The Iron Wardens fired in ranks until demon engines rolled over them. Men vanished beneath claws and tracks. Their bodies burst under weight, blood and intestines spraying across boots that did not slow. Commissars died shooting men who ran and then shooting at the machines that came after them. Some were dragged into the Anima Ferrum's light, still firing pistols until their fingers became copper wire. Cravorn's Iron Warriors fought with method even as the world broke. He had no illusion left that the victory was his. He did not require one. His legion had been made to break fortresses, and the fortress was breaking. His warriors held captured gantries against loyalist counterattacks, and Belacor's shadows alike. Havocs fired until their Lascannons ruptured. Hellbrutes killed everything close enough to hate. Obliterators stood in the silver storm, their weapons mutating faster than flesh should survive, firing into darkness. Loyalists, demons, and corrupted machinery with equal contempt. Belacor's final sabotage struck when the Anima Ferrum reached full resonance. The shadows of Karen Voss rose all at once, not from one battlefield, but from every battlefield, from beneath tanks, from inside shell craters, from under the wings of Helldrakes, from the long silhouettes of Titan legs cast across ash plains, from the darkness inside dead men's mouths. They converged upon the engine chamber in a flood of living night, pouring down shafts, through vents, across the noosphere, along every edge where light failed. Shadow demons shrieked without voices. They tore into contract sigils, strangled machine spirits, severed data chains, and wrapped the Anima Ferum's silver eye in a crown of black malice. Be'lakor's voice filled the chamber. "You will not ascend through my shadow, little maker." Vashtorr stood before the Anima Ferum with both claws raised. Wounds opened across his body as the sabotage struck. Blackness ate at his wings. Shadow talons pierced his armor. Furnace light dimmed in his chest. Around him, demon engines convulsed and dark mechanicum adepts burst into clouds of black ash. He did not roar. He did not curse. He continued the activation. "You remain consistent," Vashtorr said. The shadows tightened. "Inevitable," Be'lakor hissed. "No. Useful." The Anima Ferum shifted. Hethron Val, fused into the access lattice, saw the truth of it, with the last fragment of mind still his own. Vashtorr had accounted for the sabotage, not blocked it, not avoided it, accounted for it. The lock's condition required contrast, a shadow variable, a denial force strong enough to prove the calculation against rival will. Be'lakor had not interrupted the ritual. He had completed a term. Even rivalry could be engineered. The shadow crown collapsed inward, and the Anima Ferum drank its shape into the equation. Be'lakor's rage struck through the chamber as a force that killed thousands by proximity. Cultists burst apart. Skitarii implants overloaded. Iron warriors were hurled from gantries. The chamber cracked wider, revealing molten layers of planetary mantle below. But the sabotage had become data. The data had become alignment. The alignment had become instruction. Far away aboard the vengeful spirit, Abaddon the Despoiler received the result in a strategium lit by corpse candles and hololithic war. Karen Voss appeared before him as a red rune, then silver, then black. Around it spread loss markers, fleet expenditure, forge output denial, imperial distress decay, demon activity escalation, and one final designation entered by systems that did not know what else to call what had happened. Installed. Abaddon read it once. He was not pleased. He was not surprised. The Arkifane had advanced the long war. A vital forge system was dead to the Imperium, its Titan yards ruined, its manufactorums corrupted, its fleets broken, its defenders spent. That was gain. That was wound. That was pressure upon the corpse empire. But Vashtorr had also advanced himself. Abaddon looked at the silver-black rune and understood the danger more clearly than most demons ever would. Vashtorr did not merely want altars. He did not merely want cults, skulls, hymns, or terrified kneeling. He wanted infrastructure. Supply lines, engines, systems. Worlds made into organs of a kingdom that would not pray so much as function. A demon who desired worship could be manipulated. A demon who desired infrastructure had to be watched. Hethron Val found one final moment of clarity inside the Anima Ferum. His body no longer existed in any useful sense. His skull was open. His spine was a conduit. His thoughts were pinned between machine ghosts and demon clauses. Knowledge poured through him in quantities that would once have made him weep had he still possessed the glands, arrogance, or privacy required. He saw the lock's distant condition. He saw Vashtorr's hunger for function. He saw Karen Voss being spent not as conquered territory, but as a calibration sacrifice. He forced a warning through the channels still accessible to him. Astropathic, Noospheric, Vox, Machine Prayer, Emergency Naval Burst, Skitarii Command Residue, Dead Servitor Memory, anything. Most of it died before leaving the chamber. The warp ate several fragments and returned laughter. The noosphere burned others into contract script. Astropaths ruptured under the load. A Navy cogitator received 2 words and shot sparks until it melted. A brazen Gorgon's reliquary core captured one incomplete line before its bearer reached extraction. A few fragments escaped, enough to be feared. The Arkifane does not conquer worlds. The warnings scattered into darkness. He installs them. Then Hethren Val was gone. The activation completed. Vashtorr did not become a god, not yet. There was no new throne in the Empyrean, no fifth dominion bursting open beside rage, rot, excess and change. No galaxy-wide scream announced his ascension. No new constellation formed in the eye. No choir of demons knelt because metaphysical law had changed. What he gained was worse than premature apotheosis. He gained direction. The Anima Ferrum showed him how to find the lock, not by chasing relics as trophies, not by seizing fragments as warlords seized banners. The lock was a galactic condition, and now he had heard its tone. He knew which buried engines to wake, which machine spirits to break, which warp wounds to widen, which forge worlds to corrupt, which loyal mechanisms already contained the fear that would open them. Karen Voss had paid for that knowledge in blood, metal, and souls. The forge world cracked. Its crust split beneath Ferrum Hive. The hive did not fall. It crawled. Its foundations became limbs of grinding rockcrete and iron, dragging the dead city several meters across the ash plains before settling into a new alignment. Other hives shifted on broken routes. Manufactorum stacks continued to work without workers. Conveyor belts moved ammunition for no living army. Plasma refineries pumped blood-warm coolant into lines that fed nothing visible. Corpse plants processed bodies into components and components into weapons whose barrels whispered in Binharic. The dead spoke through the machines, not as ghosts with faces, as reports, as commands, as pleas stripped of identity and made useful. The Iron Wardens became caution runes in trench cogitators. Skitari became targeting subroutines. Brazen Gorgons, gene-wrought hate, echoed in weapons that would one day be turned against their kin. Hethren's preserved knowledge remained a line of silver code in the deepest engine route. In orbit, the surviving Imperial fleet marked Karen Voss for quarantine. The order was transmitted with all surviving authority. No landing, no salvage, no recovery without inquisitorial seal, no Mechanicus reclamation without triple verification, no astropathic communion, no machine link, no prayer engine contact. The system was to be watched, warded, and, if possible, forgotten. It did not matter. Quarantine was a wall built around a plague after the idea had already escaped. Every ship that had watched Karen Voss die carried machines. Every machine had heard something, however faintly. Every tech priest who would study the fragments would wonder. Every commander who received the warning would demand explanation. Every explanation would require contact with forbidden knowledge. The infection was no longer only in steel, code, or warp residue. It was in the suspicion that all machinery might be waiting for a better master. In the Forge of Souls, Vashtorr placed Hethren Val's skull into a new throne engine. The skull had been cleaned of excess flesh, but not polished. Polish was vanity. The spine remained attached, extended with brass vertebrae and black iron nerve hooks. Silver light burned in the eye sockets. Around it rose the throne engine's frame, a high-backed construction of demon bone, cogitator crystal, soul iron, and fragments taken from the Anima Ferrum's resonance. It was not complete. Completion was a horizon, not a state. Dark Mechanicum priests chanted around the platform, their voices layered in Binharic reverence and corrupted static. Demon engines knelt in the smoke, some newly born from Karen Voss dead, others ancient enough to remember wars before the Rift. The remade fragments of Invictus Ferrum's machine spirit burned inside a suspended conductor cage. Cardan's skull and spine rested in a smaller reliquary beside the throne, still transmitting perfect obedience into the targeting systems of unborn guns. Captured shadows writhed in glass cylinders. Bellacor's sabotage rendered into a variable for future use. Above Vashtorr, the completed calculation burned. Not complete in the way mortals use the word, complete enough to proceed. It turned in the air like a dark star of equations, each line a world, each clause a future betrayal, each variable a war not yet fought. The lock's distant condition pulsed within it, faint but certain. A root, a hunger, a promise engineered from atrocity. Vashtorr looked upon it without joy. Joy was imprecise. Satisfaction approached usefulness, but even that was indulgence. He touched Hethron's skull with one claw. The preserved eye sockets flared brighter. Somewhere in the throne engine, the last echo of the Magos Dominus tried to scream. The sound emerged as a clean production tone. Vashtorr turned toward the endless forges. Begin the next production cycle,